just drag my embossing tool across to get my score lines in. And then once you've got all those in, you then want to cut out. And I've done all my cutting bar just 4 cuts, just so we can get ahead of ourselves. Now, you can use scissors if you prefer. I always use a scalpel and a straight edge, or you could use a craft knife.
Yeah. I remember I used a craft knife on a Facebook Live once, and I think everybody was horrified at the way I was using it. I wasn't very good.
Was your finger in front of it or something?
Well, it was wobbling. I think the blade was out too far. And everyone was messaging me going, please be careful, don't do that. And I was just like so in the moment. But I was okay. I was using it safely.
I mean, I think if you're doing this with little children, obviously scissors are going to be the best.
Definitely. Now,
option.
another question, Kathy.
Yes.
By the way, if anyone else has any questions, please do email in. It's studio@hochanda.com. A message just about that design. You've got the intensity of the colour in the middle, but then the bits of colour that go onto the parts that you're going to fold, it's almost like they're a faded effect. Is that intentional?
Well, it wasn't intentional. I just went across with some very old watercolours that I use quite a lot. But I know that it's not going to show. So you don't really need to spend a lot of time on the sides. I mean, actually, it probably would show more now because I'm going to put the fairy on the top, and I could put a load more detail and hanging down stuff. But if you're going to have her in the box, and same with the mermaid and everything, then actually, you don't need to bother too much about it.
That's interesting. So
basically, you put all your folds in. I do generally tend to use a bone folder as well, just to
get that crease.
Yes, just to get a good crease, because actually it's quite important. But I won't do all of it, but I would suggest that you do that at home. So you've got all your parts, and it's really, really easy to assemble. Now, what glue you use is entirely up to you, or you can use your red liner tape, but you've got a tab with glue written on, and all that's going to do is come up and join the one behind. But the most important part is actually A over B, and you get it square. So what you're going to do is that. All right, and you're going to do the same the other side. Okay. So I'm going to do a tab. I'm using solvent because it's quick, but you could use PVA or whatever. So like that, I've made sure. It doesn't matter whether A or B is under or over, it doesn't matter, as long as you've got a right angle here and it's not doing that. Can you see?
Yes.
That's what you don't want.
Got you.
You want to make sure that it's square.
Could you use red liner tape?
Yeah,
Kathy?
you could certainly use red liner tape. Yeah. But actually, this is 300 GSM. It's quite weighty,
yeah,
so
you
might want to add perhaps a bit of glue as well to your red liner tape, just to be sure. Now I'm just going to have my bulldog clip just to help me hold it while I work on the others. So do the other
use a
one.
paper clip if you didn't have a bulldog clip.
Yeah, or a paper clip.
How do you feel, Kathy, when the design's completed, it's all sent away, and then the stamps come back for the first time and you open the box? How do you feel as a designer?
Oh, it's lovely to see it. Yeah, really. Actually, what I prefer most is the first time I see people using it, actually. That's where I get real pleasure from. And people enjoying using them, you know. So last 2 tabs, last 2 tops. Like that. And you could write little messages in there, but you need to do that really before you start assembling it to be 3-dimensional, because once it's got 3D, it's a little bit more tricky to actually get into the inside of the box.
Yeah.
So let's push those together. I've got another little bulldog clip, and that one I'm just going to wing it and hope that it dries straight. Let's just double check these. Yeah. Okay, so while that's drying, we're going to work on to the next one. So this is the body the frame and the legs.
Okay.
So I don't know if you... I'm going to cut these out with a scalpel, just so I can show them. In fact, I don't know if you want to watch
Yeah,
all
we'll have a quick recap. I've just got a sample here of the particular beautiful art in a box that Kathy is putting together, just to show you where we're heading. Isn't that absolutely beautiful? So you can see you've got the mushroom house in the background, beautifully coloured in there by the design team. Really nice, because that colouring then goes around the edge. You see that? So even when you're looking inside at the sides, you can see all of that colour. So it really does look like you're taking a little peek into her world. Beautiful. Right, let's go through the different options available for you whilst we've still got them. We're having a very, very busy show. Now, we're very busy for the journaling kit. Let me pick this one up and show you what it's going to look like. 40% of the stock has gone already. It's absolutely delightful. This could be a decorative piece, but it could also hold all of your secrets in here, or maybe there are things that you want to tell other people. Open that up. You've got the 3D elements in there as well, so you could put a picture in there. It might be a new home, it could be a new member of the family, or it could be just a little secret, a sentiment in there. So you've got the little closet doors that open up. You then turn the page. Aren't these beautiful? Take a look at the designs that you've got in here as well. Those beautiful illustrations by Kathy are now yours to use. Isn't that lovely? And the colouring that is on this particular design is beautiful, but you'll have your own designs. You'll have your own ideas of what you can write. That says, oh, sorry, that says, with love from me to you, sending you a letter to show my love. Oh, when was the last time you wrote a letter? When was the last time you picked up a pen and actually wrote a note to somebody? I don't think we do that enough, actually, anymore. Let me open. I might write some notes to people today round here at Hochanda. I think I might do that. We've got butterfly there. Look at the peg in the butterfly. Isn't that brilliant? I don't know what I'll say yet. I'll make it up as I go along. But turning through the pages, the 3D elements, this is beautiful. So you've got that little envelope there that you can put in, and so on and so forth. And I do like this little pocket. Isn't that gorgeous? What a lovely idea. The elements themselves are very easy to cut out, and you've got them all on these beautiful sheets. So the journal itself, proven to be busy. 40% of the stock has gone. Lots of elements for you to play with when you're putting together your journal. All you need to decide is the messages and what you're going to put in there, and what photographs you're going to add to your journal, and what theme it's going to take. Maybe it's going to be inspirations for the year coming up. Maybe it's some ideas that you've got, or maybe some thoughts that you just want to put down, or maybe you want to make it and create it for somebody. You're the crafters, you know, you are the crafters, you know the kind of things that you're going to put in there. I'm just trying to just give you some ideas. £16.49, 030 762 is your item number. We are approaching half the stock. We are very, very busy. It's beautiful. It really is. You're going to be so pleased with that when you get that home. Great gift for somebody as well. It's an affordable price, isn't it? £16.49. It really, really is. And it's a lovely way to send somebody something in the post. I don't think it's going to weigh that much. If you're a Freedom member, you won't pay any P&P to get it delivered to you. And then all you'll need to do is pop that in the post. So you can see there the actual footprint of the kit itself. If I just shuffle them back together. There you go. It's not very thick, is it? You probably get that through, well, I won't, maybe a large letter or something. But anyway, it's not going to cost a lot to send. And remember, these are sold to us exclusively here. Is it exclusive to us here at Hochanda? Obviously we sell it, but yes, we don't supply anybody else with any of these other than Hochanda. Perfect, lovely. Right, let's move on. We've got these beautiful 3D elements, and these are great because these are going to give you a chance to make a 3D card. You may have never ever made a 3D card before. This is going to be very, very easy for you to do so. Let's show you the samples that you can make. I think there's something for everybody. The cyclist in your family, just adding colour. Isn't that lovely? And this is it the livery? Isn't that I mean, I call it livery because a jockey has livery, don't they? I think so. With their outfits. I might have got it wrong. I thought livery was where animals were kept, but I don't know. Well, I think it is actually, but I think if you're a jockey and you have jockey colours, I thought it's called a livery. But I might have completely made it up. Well, you know what? Email in and let us know. studio@hochanda.com. But these are fantastic because you can really add some colour to these and really enjoy colouring them in. If I turn them to the side, there you go, that's 3D, but you can pack these flat. And then they'll pop out. So you've got those 3D elements. So you've got the cyclist, you've got the gardener, so you've got the gardener there in the different positions, and then land ahoy, there you go, you've got the fisherman out fishing for his dinner, and probably for your dinner as well. Or maybe he's just the cod father. Yeah.
I told you were funny. Yeah. I wanted to be funny.
Oh, I don't know. You should see people at home, they're like, oh no. They're all turning the volume down whilst they're going, no, they're not. $9.99, that's a great price, it really is. You get 8 hand-illustrated pages. Half the stock has gone, and they're going to be very, very easy for you to put together because all the elements you see there. A good tip from Kathy is to colour them in before you cut them out. That's a great tip. Love that. OK, let's move on. So that is 312178. We've also got the pick and mix as well. And the pick and mix, you can choose any 2 of the following. You can go for them individually, or you can choose any 2. So the pick and mix, £19.98, saving £4. You get to pick and mix any of the following. So you've got the Lovebirds, a beautiful design, 3D box as well. We're working on one of them at the moment, but this is the Lovebird, so great for Valentine's Day, or somebody that loves birds. We're coming up to Spring Watch as well, so I think that would be a really nice gift for somebody, and really nice just to have in your home. On the wall. So that is your love nest. You can buy that in Lovebirds. You can buy that individually. Are we going to bring the details up on the bottom of the screen for that? We will indeed. We'll bring the details up at the bottom of the screen. $11.99. So you're saving money by going for the pick and mix if you want more than one. The Under the Sea, love this one, isn't this gorgeous? A couple of samples here to show you with the Under the Sea. Let me just pick this up. Because the different ways that you can put the compositions together. You could have the mermaid's tail inside, or you can have the mermaid's tail outside. So you can use all your different mediums on here and have lots of fun with that as well. So you'll see just turning it to the side. Again, you get a real nice glimpse. Maybe add a little message or put some little fishes just inside, and then people will discover that as they look around. And then finally, we have got the Woodland Fairy. Love this. This is one that Kathy is working on at the moment. Some beautiful designs here by the design team, so you can see how gorgeous these are with colours. They're going to be a lot of fun to make. It's a wonderful project to have. £19.98. And let me show you the illustrations that are on there, just to give you an idea. And you can see there how inspirational they are and how beautiful they will be to colour in. We're very, very busy for the pick and mix. We've already had one sell out. The pick and mix is busy, and they're busy individually. So it just depends which goes first, them individually or together as a pick and mix. Right, we've got 5 minutes left of this hour, but we've got a whole other hour to come up. So, Kathy, what we're going to see for the final 5 minutes of this hour?
Right, well, I just want to quickly assemble the box and the frame. So I've cut all the pieces out. I was going to put some sparkle onto the wings, but I don't think I've got time, but I can always do that after. Okay. So the next stage is to add some glue to your frame. Again, could use tape if you wanted to. And then this is going to sit on the top. Now, while I'm just doing this, I just want to talk to you about the cutting out. Okay. What we suggest is that when you actually cut out your piece, if you look at the fairy here, you want to cut out with about 1 millimetre beyond the illustrated line. Ah, okay. And we do that, and we actually put it in the instructions, and I've even now taken to actually drawing, I mean, you won't be able to see it, it's so fine. There is a little tiny line that goes around the outside, same with the frame as well.
Yeah, we can see that.
Because, the reason that is because that if you actually cut her out and cut away the outside illustrated line, you lose some sort of integrity of the illustration, and it can look a little bit strange. Yeah. So you really have to try and keep the line in. Got you. And so just a mil, or I mean even 2 mil. I mean even going, as long as it's regular and even, it doesn't matter.
That's a great tip.
Now what I want to do is I want to sit her on the top of the box. and Mel has specifically asked that I cross her legs. So, don't know why she's asked me that, but she has. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to separate the two with scissors.
That's just made my eyes water, cutting them bit off.
That's what she said to me, Janice. She said, it'd be nice if she sat on the top with her legs crossed.
Cross the legs.
Righto.
Well, you have to be careful crossing your legs, you know, for circulation.
Yes.
So I was always told, uncross your legs.
I was told that too. Doesn't stop me from doing it though.
No, me neither.
So if we have her legs like that, so a little bit of glue there. So this just sort of goes to show how you can personalise things. Now, when she's on the inside of the box, you have to curl the wings between finger and thumb.
Yep.
So that it fits within the box. And then this part folds under. I've pre-scored it. It's got glue there. And that just sits below, and her legs would sit on the front. But because we're wanting just to change it so we can see the inside of the box, I'm going to glue the wings on. Get that in the right position. I'll put some sparkle on later. And because they've got there's a recess here, I'm actually going to fold that open and glue it straight behind. So we're going to go like, actually I need her legs, so I make sure her legs are in the right position. So they need to be about there.
Oh yeah, now that does look good actually cross-legged at the top.
And then what I'm going to do
Mel
also...
was right.
She was right.
She was.
She's always right, Janice. Just don't tell her.
I think we just did, along with 22 million people.
And then what I'm going to do is I want to have these in relief. So, you know, you could use 3D gel if you wanted to, or just some little foam pads.
Well, it might not be 22 million. That's the projected.
Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
It would be nice. 22 million people hanging on your every word.
And there we are.
I don't even think Boris Johnson gets 22 million people at 5 o'clock. He might do.
And then, how much time have I got?
A minute and a half?
A minute and a half.
1 minute and a half, but we've got a whole 60 minutes after that.
Yeah, but I want to do some journal pages in the next one.
We've got 55.
So, what I just want to show you is, in just some of the offcut of the Bockingford, you could write, this one's going to be for Eva. So I'm going to write Eva. And people say, oh, you're writing so nice, Kathy. I can't write like that. All you do to make your writing look nice is just draw in normal capitals and then put a serif.
A serif?
Yeah, on the ends. And it just prettifies.
Is that why serif font is called serif font?
Well, a serif, this is a serif. This part is a serif.
Every day's a school day. As long as it's not Comic Sans, we'll be okay.
Yeah, no, it's not that. And then what I do, it's easier to write a message and then put your lines round it rather than doing a rectangle with some lines and then trying to infill.
Do you know what? That is perfect advice. Very, very good. We've got 30 seconds left. Kathy will be back after the break. We've got another hour, well, 55 minutes, let's be precise, to continue some great demonstrations and hints and tips from our Kathy. So we're not going anywhere. We will be coming back, but the stock is going somewhere. It is flying out the door. So check out your baskets, get what you want. Kathy will be back after the break. That is a beautiful design that Kathy has put together. We'll show it you again at the top of the next hour. Please stay where you are. Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Calling all crafters, this is a Hochanda announcement. We would like to inform you that our Hochanda buying crew have been busy searching for incredible brand new products and show ideas to inspire and stimulate all your crafty senses. So, watch out for Aileen's Original, Doodle Duck Designs, Etchell, Rose May, Rocks and Chains, Caterpillar Cross Stitch, Tulip, The Skinny Food Company, the Isabel Craft Collection, Staedtler, Hunt the Moon, Has Crafts and Star Glazers. We will be checking in our latest new product arrivals from 6 p.m. on Thursday the 21st of January. Gates close at 6 p.m. on Wednesday the 27th of January. So, join us on board flight Hochanda Air for our new arrivals event.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Hello everyone, welcome back. And if you have just joined us, yes, I'm afraid you've missed the first hour, but that's absolutely fine because we've got the lovely Kathy with us and we've got more demonstrations from Pink Ink Designs, and we've also got some projects for you that have been very, very busy. They're all at brilliant prices, affordable prices, but they are going to afford you to do some new crafting, maybe a new project for you or a gift for someone you know, someone you love. It's a great idea, and the kits are very easy easy to post out to other people. And if you're a Freedom member, they're easy to post to you because you don't pay any P&P. Great prices on all. We have a pick and mix available for you, and you can also buy them individually as well. So it's a great show. And you can watch both shows again. It will be available on Rewind, and you can view those possibly later on today. But it does mean when you get your kits home, you can craft along with Kathy and see what she's up to. Talking of Kathy, how are you, Kathy? How was the first hour for you?
It was very quick. It went way too quickly because I had loads more prepared to show. But anyway, we'll hopefully get it done in the second hour.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, it does. Time flies by when you're having fun.
It
certainly does. If you've got any questions for Kathy, we'd love to hear from you. If you've got any inspirations you want to share from the sets that we've got available, these are returning favourites, or maybe you've got something else that you want to share, you want Kathy to see it. In the first hour, Kathy said, you know, that's something that really makes her smile and gives her inspiration to carry on creating different designs. The fact that she sees what you guys do with her stamps and the work that she puts together with Mel. Mel, of course, the other side of Pink Ink Designs, watching today from home. Hello, Mel. Right, let's take you through what we've got available for you. Then we're going to have another peek into Kathy's sketchbook, which is always fantastic. Right, Kathy, these projects, really easy for people when they get them home to put together, aren't they?
Really easy. My recommendation, particularly for, well, actually for all of them, for the art in the box and the journal, what I do, I'm going to show you what they look like when they come, but what I do is I sit in front of the telly for, you know, for an hour or so with a pair of scissors and cut out all the elements, ideally all in one go, so you've got a tray of them all ready to go. Then when you start crafting, it's already cut.
That's a really good idea, actually.
Yeah, it is a good idea.
Yeah, cutting everything. Now, would you say it's best to paint and colour in before you cut out the elements, or cut them out and then colour and paint?
Well, ideally you would paint it all flat.
Yes.
If you're not sure about your colour choice and you want to, you know, you're thinking about it, you might change your mind, then just cut them all out as clear and then paint them after. But certainly with the bigger pages, I would do them flat for sure. Trying to, for example, if you've made up the actual jacket of that journal and then you're trying to paint it, it's much more difficult to do it that way than if it was just a flat sheet of paper.
Yeah. It's good advice. All illustrated by Kathy as well, so beautifully designed here. Lots and lots of detail in there for you to enjoy colouring in. You can choose and decide the colours you want to go for, and you can choose and decide which kind of medium you're going to use. You can use your acrylic paints, your watercolour paints, your alcohol markers. You could use your crayons if you want to, your pastel pens. It's entirely up to you, but what you do have are these beautiful designs and some 3D elements that you can work with as well. Just going through the different boards, you can see here this is the front cover, beautifully designed again with the flowers on there. You've got the wings, just turning that over for a moment, there you go. You've got the mice in there, the 3D element of the pocket. Let me show you what that looks like when you've put it together. Just pop that down there and show you there. So lovely 3D elements. Lots of glue required for something like this, Kathy?
Glue or tape, and you just showing that pocket, Janice. The illustration on that one I've actually popped on the inside of the pocket, but you could put it on the outside. It was just really to show you that actually you can do your own thing, and I've used one of our stamps just to decorate the outside. So there's, you know, it's versatile.
And if you like that little ball clip just at the top there, well, they're included as well. There you go, in stamp form. Absolutely beautiful. £16.49. It's a great price. You can multi-buy if you want to. 3/4 of the stock has gone already. I think a few of you are multi-buying or buying for a friend, which is nice, isn't it? You know, do something nice for somebody. Send them a project so they've got something to do with the time in the hands. 030762 is your item number if you want to go for that beautiful journal book. Right, how about making a 3D card? How about making 3D elements, not just for cards? You can, of course, use these and put them into little box frames and pop them on the wall. Now, over half the stock is gone. Let's show you what they look like when they're made and created. Now, although these are pop-out cards, Kathy, we can still send these through the post, can't we?
You can, yeah. I've designed them specifically that they've got score lines in, so they fold flat.
And then
but they are freestanding as well.
Love that. I love the fact that you can really go to town with colours on these. We've got 3 different designs. You've got the cyclist there. You've also got the fisherman. There he is. And then you've got the gardener. There you go. So plenty of colour for you to play with. I think these are going to be great for masculine cards if we can use that terminology.
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. So maybe Father's Day, maybe your brother's birthday, or maybe your mum likes to do a bit of gardening. But they would make great masculine cards. So if you want to go for your first 3D brilliantly illustrated pack, there you go, £9.99. 312178 is your item number. Let's just move over there. Is it a monthly mega deal? It's not a monthly mega deal. Don't worry, we've just put that on there because do you know what? It could be. It's special. Why not? Right, let's move on to our lovely 3D elements with our lovebirds. Valentine's Day, not far away. These are a pick and mix. You can choose any two of the following three for £19.99, or you can buy them individually for £11.99. So you're saving £3 individually, but you're also saving as well with your pick and mix. Let's have a look at these individually. This is a beautiful design. Do you like birds,
I
Kathy?
love birds.
Are you a twitcher?
I love nature and love birds, yeah.
I think that comes through in your illustrations as well.
Well, I do try and draw from life as best I can. I always try and draw from life.
I do like it. I love the way that the birds are, you know, you've not done the wings closed, the birds have just landed or they're about to take off or they're just having a little chitter-chatter and they're wiggling their wings around. Isn't that beautiful? Again, just turning this to the side, you've got the 3D elements. There you go. And the elements that you cut out, very easy to colour in and very inspirational as well. £11.99 if you want to go for your lovebirds. You get 6 hand illustrated sheets with that. And you also get, just here, the stand. So you can pop them on a stand, which is brilliant. Okay, next up, let's pop that there. We've got Under the Sea. I love this one, Kathy. Do you like mermaids?
I love a mermaid. I believe in mermaids.
But not in fairies?
Not in fairies,
not in
but
fairies,
I believe in mermaids.
You believe in mermaids. Where was I reading online? There's actually a lady, I might be wrong, I think she was in, or was it the first mermaid was seen in Greece?
Was it?
That's where the mythology comes from. Well, it's not mythology, they're real. They're real. But I think, yeah, I think the first mermaid was seen in Greece. But I did see a news article, and I don't know whether she was down in Bournemouth. She's down on the south coast somewhere. She actually lived her life as a mermaid.
Oh, I think I've seen her.
Did you see that?
Yeah, and she sits on the beach, doesn't she, with her tail?
Yeah, and she is a proper mermaid.
She is a proper mermaid.
Yeah. I think she went into the sea with it as well. It's fascinating. Anyway, here we go. Beautiful colouring in here by the design team, and this is designs that you can colour in as well. £11.99, 593602 is your item number, and just showing you the elements of the design just there. 593602, and if you want to multiply, you can. It is part of your pick and mix, so you can go for it individually, or you can go for it as a pick and mix. If you're going for 2 in the pick and mix and you want to add another one, you've also got that combination to do as well. Right, now, we had a demonstration in the previous hour, because we were here for a previous hour, of this one. And you've got the finished sample there, Kathy, that we were working on. So the one that Kathy's got, slightly different, because we've got the fairy on top. And do you want Kathy to lay it down? No. We're coming to you, Kathy. There you go. See, she looks nice on the top, doesn't she?
She does, and you get to see what I've done on the inside, you see. So
do you know what? That's a really good idea, actually. Love that one. So you choose, you decide where you put the fairy. You can have her sitting in the front if you want to. But if you are Mel, always cross the legs.
Cross the legs.
Cross the legs. Beautiful designs. You can see the vibrancy of the colours there, and then toning it down as well to give you that vintage look. £11.99, 249140 is your item number. Now, it is a pick and mix. We'll put the details up for that, so you can choose any 2 of the 3. And it's £19.98. There you go, and you're saving £4 on your pick and mix. So you choose, you decide. If you want to go for 4, the price will just change accordingly. Right, we'll head to the website to see where we can see all the items available to you. Everything that's on the show and maybe a few more other items are right there. We did have a sellout in the show. All of the stamps have gone. We've sold out of those, and we're getting extremely busy now for the journal and also for the 3D elements as well. So maybe don't take too long in your decision. Take the time that's comfortable for you, and if you have any questions, email in. It's studio@hochanda.com. We are here for the next hour with the lovely Kathy, and we've got lots of demonstrations coming up as well. Right, let's head over to Kathy. We're going to have a look at your illustration book.
We are. We're going to look
Let's have a
at the
look.
book again. This time we're going to look at the process of how we got to the 3D cards, and also there's journal work in here as well. So you can see when I'm doing any measurement work, I'm old school me, graph paper.
Yeah.
Always work on a piece of graph paper because I can count. I'm dyslexic, but I can count.
Yes.
So I can count squares.
Yep.
But if I see written numbers,
Yeah.
it's all of a.
You're more visual that way, you
Yes.
see. Yeah, you're like me,
Yeah.
very much
So, I mean, you know, can you even see here I've photocopied the graph paper just to get it right. And
Yeah.
anyway, so you can see this is how I'm working out the dimension and how it's going to sit and work. And this is the cyclist. Again, just starts off with little doodles and sketches. And again, I'm working with Mel, showing her and she's giving me ideas and suggestions. And so there's a lot of work, particularly with the gardener, to actually get the wheelbarrow to look dimensional but
right.
fold flat.
Yeah.
So there's all sorts of drawings going on there.
Do you have to be like a card engineer to be able to make these 3D elements with the different styles of folding? Did you learn that from anywhere?
Well, as a book illustrator, I did illustrate pop-up books, and I worked with a paper engineer.
Did you?
So
I didn't know that.
Yes, yeah. So I've got an idea about dimension, and I actually, for a long time, did design 3D patterns for the craft industry, way long before Pink Ink. So yeah. But again, none of it is with a ruler or measurements. It's all on graph paper.
Wow.
And or just
Interesting.
marking it on a piece of paper
Yeah.
and just offering it up and seeing if it's the same length. It must
Yeah.
be right. Yeah.
Yeah, love that.
So this is the journal, working out how the spine's going to work, and then already starting to do little doodles and sketches for what the content is going to be. We did think we might go down a travel route, but then we changed it. I mean, that might come another time, who knows. And then all sorts of doodles and filigrees and frames, because this journal, actually, you might not be able to tell from the samples, there's a lot of apertures that you can cut out and put your own imagery behind, particularly like the envelope and some of the framework. And the doors, obviously, for the armoire. And it goes on and on. So this is my little wren. You can see how many times I doodled her before we got her right, and also the stance for the hedgehog. And then again, working out, you know, what order it's going to go in, what's going to, you know, and envelopes, and so it goes, and sizes and dimensions, and yeah, and that's.
What was that? What was that?
Well,
Can we have a peek?
the pheasant has been here before. You have seen him. I think we brought him in the autumn.
Oh my word, that's amazing.
Thank you.
I think you should bring out stamps or papers with those sketches on, again like a blueprint.
Do you think?
I think they'd be really cool, like all collaged up, like a little bit of a grungy style. I don't know, I like things like that.
I'll have a chat with Mel and see what she's got to say. She might agree with you.
What we're going to do first, Kathy?
Right, what I want to do is basically talk about the journal. Now, as I said, what I do is, let's just remove my ribbon. I sit in front of the television with my scissors and I just cut. So I've got a box of bits, and all of them are keeping the line work intact. I just leave a millimetre all the way around the outside edge so you don't lose the detail. If you lose the detail, I mean, on something like an envelope, it's not going to be too much of a problem. But actual fact, if you cut and lose the line on some wings, that could be an issue.
Yeah.
And also what we've tried to do, because a lot of people do not like to fussy cut, what we've done is we've put a lot of things in rectangles and squares and circles. So instead of fussy cutting a wren, you're mainly cutting a circle, and same with the key, you're just fussy cutting a rectangle, and so that makes life a lot more easy. So when you get your sheets, there's 150 elements, all on A4 sheets, printed onto Bockingford, and it comes like this. And this is obviously what you would cut out. And amidst this is your book jacket and spine. So your spine looks like this. And you've got instructions here as well. We've also got the Pink Inkers Facebook page where if there's any questions you want to ask about construction, we've also got albums where people put their imagery in the album so you can see how people have done things. There's always loads of advice and people are very, very helpful. So you're not left alone if you think, oh gosh, I don't know how that goes together. Just head over to the Pink Inkers Facebook page. So my book jacket, we've got several here. If we can look on the overhead. What we've got, in fact, I think it might be easier if we see it on the blue because it's clearer. There we are. What we've got is we've got a front, a middle and a back, and we've got the spine that sits in the middle. Now these all join with tabs. There's a tab on each one and there's instructions. So you would cut them out and join them together.
Yeah.
And then the spine is literally just folds. There's valley folds and mountain folds. And all you do is glue up. You have one flat, glue the next one up, one flat, next one up. So you've got like a concertina effect that then is glued to the middle of your spine. And it's from this that all the pages are going to come. Now we've got 5, so it accommodates 10 pages.
And the actual sheet for that is self-explanatory. I've got that here. So if you're thinking, oh my word, I've never done anything like that before, I've never created the spine like that, here it is. It's really, really easy to follow, and then you can start to put that together. And of course you can watch this show again. It will be available on Rewind for you, so that's a really good idea. It's beautiful paper, this Bockingford, beautiful.
It is. I mean, it's our go-to pretty well for every stamp on it, we paint on it. We specifically wanted these project packs printed on the Bockingford because actually, you know, there's a lot of, you're going to invest a lot of time in doing something like this, especially if it's something like for a wedding present and you want to personalise it, or you want it as an heirloom, so you're going to give it to some, even very young children could colour it in and you want to assemble it as an heirloom. You want, it's acid free,
Yep.
You want really good quality paper, and really this is it.
Is it the way it's pressed that makes it so special? The way that it's put together and how smooth it is? Yeah,
it is, and it is really, really smooth. And the advantages come, I mean, if you just even buy one sheet just to have a try as for a painting or just to stamp and paint, we were introduced to it a few years ago by one of the design team members, and we have never used anything else since. You know, nothing else for us compares to this. It's a bit like the Rolls-Royce of watercolour paper, and as such, it's why we chose it for the journal.
Can I just say we're limited stock now on the journal?
Oh, golly.
Limited stock. This is no ordinary journal. This is Bockingford journal.
It is.
But yes, limited stock, everyone.
Right,
wow.
well, let me quickly get to and say how you attach the pages to the spine. You actually work on the pages flat, you work on them, do all the work you're going to do, then you glue them together. This is the outside edge, and actually the cut edge is going to fit onto the spine.
Okay.
And what we do is when we glue it together, we leave a centimetre. So you can see that's the cut edge, that's the folded edge, and that centimetre is glued and slots in to, I've got that one upside down, but it slots in to the page. So this is what you've got: 1 page, 2 pages, and so on.
Okay.
Yeah, put it the right way up, Kathy, that would help. And this is what I mean about apertures. So this is, actually I've noticed this morning you've got this stamp still on the website from Christmas.
Oh, really?
Yes, and the price you've got on there, I've not seen it anywhere for that price. So yeah,
go and
just
have a look
I'd
on the
mention.
website, everyone.
So what you can be doing is then be putting, if you leave the tops open, you can be putting your photographs. You could get people to write little messages and slip them in. There's little pockets, and what I want to do, if I'm allowed to, if we've still got stock, I want to show you how to construct the little book, which is my favourite page of the journal. So what you get is you get one little insert page and the front cover. But what I want to show you is how you can extend that book and put lots of pages in it. So what I've done, I've just got some, actually what I did do is I cut some photocopy paper and I made the pages out of photocopy paper. But what I realised was that if I stamped on this page and I put the photocopy paper on the top, you could still vaguely see the stamped image underneath, and I didn't want that. So I've just got a, it's just like a cartridge paper, and I've cut the pages the same size as this inner page, so it's slightly smaller than my book jacket because I don't want my pages to overshoot my book jacket.
Got you.
All right, and what I've done is I've folded the ends in because I want to glue them together so that when you open your book, I want to be able to open the pages. So if you've written something, say you've written a love poem or something, you want to be able to open those pages to read them.
Oh.
All right, so you would do this. Now if you've got lots of pages, you will need to increase the depth of your spine of your book. So ordinarily we would fold that in, we glue that to there with our one page in, and that's our book.
Kathy, I just got to stop you from what? Sorry, because we're selling items on the show. When we sell out, we do need to let you guys know at home. We've now sold out of the journal, but the good news is we've managed to get some more. We've made that phone call to Mel. It's on extended delivery. So we'll be dispatching on the 26th of January. So anyone that buys them now, checks out your basket, dispatching on the 26th of January, which is not too long to wait. It's a beautiful design. Don't miss out on it. 030762. So it's now on extended delivery, dispatching on the 26th of January. Back to Kathy.
You had me worried then. I thought, oh my God, I'll have to abort and go somewhere else.
No, we're okay.
Hurrah. So this little book, like I say, it is, if you just want to do it as in the instructions, one page is as simple to do. But I just love the idea of being able to extend it to have its pages. So all I need to do is extend the depth of my spine of my book. So all I've done, and this was just an offcut from a piece that I chopped off from somewhere else, so it's still Bockingford, and all I need to do is put now what I'm going to do, that is going to be my spine. So all I need to do is score for this bit to be turned under.
Yeah.
So the depth of this depends on how many pages I've got. So I could actually have it quite deep, but this one I'm going to have perhaps about sort of 5 mil, I think, will be sufficient. So just a score line. Fold. And then I'm going to glue. This is going to be my false spine.
I was just looking at your hands there, Kathy. We might be hand twins.
Do you think?
I don't know. I just looked. Well, I don't know. I just looked up and saw your hands and thought,
You haven't got
like
dainty
mine.
fingers then, because I certainly haven't.
No, I've not. That's why I really like your hands, because they're like mine.
Mine are workers' hands.
I just wish mine could draw like yours.
Oh.
Maybe I'll have a word with
Yeah,
them.
but you can make lovely little dogs. I've seen
Oh,
on
have you
your.
seen them?
Yes, they're lovely.
Well, do you know what? I just thought I'd take up something new. That's what it's about, isn't it?
Yes.
And just like using the kits that we've got on the show, it's something new. We all need inspiration from time to time. Even if we're set in our ways of our craft, it's always nice just to have something new. Could be challenging to us, or it might be just something that we want to make and create for somebody, but we need that inspiration. These kits are definitely going to do that. Fran sent in another image. Kathy, would you like to see it?
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah,
I
let's
would.
have a look.
Oh, beautiful.
Have you seen this? That's hand embroidered.
Yes, I think I have seen that on the Pink Inkers page. I feel sure. If it's not that, I think she's posted. I think she's done our acorn fairy. I think.
That's extraordinary.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Good use of satin stitch there. Beautiful.
Yeah, lovely. And it looks like she's used fabric paint to paint the background as well with splats and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
That is fantastic. Thank you so much for sending that in. Anyone else that wants to send in their designs, we would love to see them, and Kathy would love to see them as well. Kathy, can I do a quick recap? Of
course you can.
Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you have just joined us, it's great to have your company. We've had a whole hour, well, an hour and a half actually, of Kathy and Pink Ink Design. So we'd like to take you through the items we've got. I don't don't want anybody missing out because we're very busy. We've already had lots of sellouts. Now, the journal sold out, but it's back on extended delivery. It's absolutely beautiful. £16.49. Let's just take you through the pages here. I'll keep it here if that's okay. You create everything you're seeing here. It comes all pre-printed. You cut it out and you paint it. So you can see there, you've got that beautiful spine and the embellishment just at the side. Open the pages up. What are you going to put inside your journal? You could put a picture in there, you could put a sentiment in there, which is lovely. Turning the page as well, you've got that lovely vintage vibe, haven't you? Think about the last time maybe you wrote a letter to somebody. Maybe you'll add a note, because there are some 3D elements in here. You can add a letter into there. It could be a love letter. Love letter to somebody you know, or maybe a love letter to yourself. You've also got some lovely elements in there. If you've got a picture to put in like this one, you've got the little clips at the top. Turning the pages, beautifully illustrated by Kathy, and then beautifully coloured in by yourselves. And again, we've got another insert there of the pocket, which is brilliant. So a lovely design there. 030762 is your item number if you want to go for your journal. We're getting busy, dispatching on the 26th of January. Right, we've got some 3D cards for you. Not just cards though, these could be elements that you could put on your wall. Let me take you through the construction of them. Let me show you what we've got. So when you cut them out, you've got all of your different elements like this. So it's really beautifully, again, illustrated by our Kathy. And you've got elements that you can then decoupage up. So you've got your cyclist, you've got your fisherman, you've also got the card and the inserts that goes in. And there you go, there is your fisherman. So the fisherman, the gardener, and the cyclist. Now let me show you them made up, because these really are amazing. Let's start off with the gardener. These are 3D elements, but if we take them flat, you can post them, which is easy to do. I think I showed you a board actually from the next 3D set, which was the birds at the end. So the bird one with the bees, that's not included. Sorry, I showed you that. That's not included with this one. It's the next one coming up. So those are your gardener, which are going to be great for your masculine style cards, Father's Day cards, your brother's birthday, but not just for that, of course. You've got your fisherman. It's really nice. Turn that to the side so he's in his little fishing boat. And then you've got the cyclist as well. Just £9.99 for those. 8 hand illustrated pages, and you can choose and design the colours as you see fit. 312178. 2/3 of the stock of that has gone though. 2/3 of the stock has gone. Right, the next set of 3 items are on a pick and mix, which means you can choose any 2 or you can buy them individually. It's going to be entirely up to you. I love all of them. Love all of them. So you could go for a pick and mix on 2 and then add another one to your basket. Pick and mix, saving £4 at $19.98. And if you go for them individually, $11.99, details at the bottom of your screen. Those are the lovebirds. Aren't they beautiful? Look, you've got that lovely 3D element to that. And yeah, you choose, you decide the designs that you're going to put together. Love that. Next up, we've got Under the Sea. It's amazing. Now, all of them come with a little stand that you can put them on as well. So you can create that stand. You can send them in the post as a card to somebody, or there could be elements for you to place on the wall, or maybe somewhere else in your home. That's what they look like, or could look like, when you colour them in. The design team have done a remarkable job. Again, moving that to the side, you can see the mermaid's got a tail inside, and the mermaid's got a tail outside. The tale of 2 mermaids. 249691 is your item number for your pick a mix. Detail at the bottom of the screen for the individual one, Under the Sea. And then, if you believe in fairies, oh my word, aren't these gorgeous? I love these, all illustrated by Kathy. And Kathy did a beautiful design in the previous hour. You can watch that again on Rewind. And Kathy put the fairy at the top, which was really nice. But there's just 3 different ways that you can use your colouring in to build and create these beautiful designs. And just to show you the elements again, you've got the stand that you can place them on. 249691 is your item number. Pick a mix, any 2, £19.98. Right, let's go back over to Kathy. Remember, any questions, any inspirations, it's studio@hochanda.com. Right, Kathy, thanks for that.
Right, what I've done is I've actually added a bit of colour to this spine so it matches, and that was just with a McCoy water pen with a water brush. So I've extended the spine, and of course you can extend it to the width of that, which is a centimetre. So you can make your book up to a centimetre, depending on what you want to put in it. And what I've also done is I just cut a little slit with a scalpel and fed in a piece of ribbon, because I'm going to actually have a tying book. Now, I don't like an end of ribbon showing, so this is one of the little elements that I've chopped out. I'm just going to disguise it.
Okay.
Any ends and things you can hide in this, because of course everything can go at the back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a ribbon that matches here. So I'm going to have it about there. Just mark it. And then the other ribbon is going to come out. So I'm just going to feed it through. There it goes. Remember, this is going to be sandwiched at the back, so it's not going to be seen.
Okay.
So I want to make sure that it's in exactly the right position, so that's got to go up a little bit. Bit of glue. I'll let that dry. So that's what I'm going to tie it together with. All right, now I can put my pages in. Now, my pages at the minute are from this cartridge paper and are all loose. So I've got 4 here.
If you're going to write anything on them, would you do it before you put them in? Yeah.
Definitely, for sure. This is the one that comes as part of the illustration. It's on Bockingford, and that would ordinarily just sit in there, so you've got one page that you can put something on. But I just thought it'd be fun to do something different.
Yeah.
So yes, for sure. If you wanted to, you know, you can stamp on them, you can edge, you know, do it freehand, put some lines around, you could number them. I'm not going to do anything more than this, because I just want to show you the construction more than anything else. So, number 1, and remember what I said, serifs.
Yep.
Just extras, just to make it look nice, or put it in a little circle. So what we need to do now is join all our pages together, and I would hold them together like this, and then just glue them on the tabs at the back. So that one to that one, that one to that one, that one to that one. So they're together. And then that one we're not using. There, and you can see it doesn't protrude over the outside of the book. Now, I would ordinarily paint this as well, because obviously I've added extra pages, you'd see it. So just make sure that your colour extends a bit further. All right, now that should be good to tie. Little bow. And of course you can, you know, with your pigments, you can colour your ribbon the same colours that you've been using. So you could use your water pens on this ribbon and colour it so it all coordinates.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
And then we've got all these lovely elements, again, which I would have painted.
Now, doesn't that look lovely?
So it all matches. And then we've got lots of, now there's little shamrocks down here, so I thought I might just bring some of the shamrocks up. And again, you know, I could 3D them slightly.
How lovely is that? If you're making this for somebody and you're giving it as a gift, and then they're going through the journal and they find a page like this that they can actually interact with and open up and see what's behind the actual covers.
You know, and you could put their name on. There's so many sort of, you know, all sorts of different bits and bobs and like these sort of things, where you could easily put a little name or a date. You know, you could put 2021 on it, because that's when we made it, or when somebody got married. G21, very badly written, but you get the idea. Little book.
That's lovely.
So that's how I would build up my book page. And then this page here, the envelope, and I do need to talk about this, because when you actually look at the printed page, it hasn't got this lid to the envelope on it. This comes as a separate piece.
Okay.
And that's because it goes in and you can see the tab there, it tucks up from behind. So what it means is that you can actually, when you've closed your piece together with glue, you can actually put something in it. It's just, you might want to put a lottery ticket or a little note, or you know, if it's a wedding, you could put some confetti in it or something.
Oh, that'd be a nice idea.
Yeah.
Yes, nice little surprise. I've got the sheet here just to explain what Kathy was talking about. So that's the envelope, that's the top, as you can see there. So you've got that lovely envelope. And that's on the printed paper, and then that's the top with the flap just running along. So that's what Kathy was talking about, with the two items are separate, which is great. But then you can turn that into that envelope. Oh, we're getting pictures in. I'm ever so excited.
Oh, lovely.
I know.
Let's see.
If you do want to send pictures in, it's studio@hochanda.com, just to show Kathy what you guys have been up to. But that's, I really do like the book that's within that journal.
Yeah, I do. It's my favourite piece, actually, of it. So what I want to do is I'm just going to add a little, I was looking for my phone tabs, but I can't, I'll put them somewhere, Janice, don't know where they've gone.
Your
So we'll
phone
just glue it on normally. It would be nice if he was 3D. So like I say, you build up your pages. Now, when you're ready to then attach this, if you're wanting to use the insides for anything or drop things down openings, you must remember not to put glue behind. So if, just say I thought, oh, well, I finished, and I put glue all there and I close it, I've then lost access to my envelope. So I have to make sure that when I put my glue at the back, it goes around the envelope.
Yeah.
All right. And also we've got to remember to leave a centimetre here, because this is going to be stuck into the spine like that. All right. So let me just show you. If you're not sure, you're thinking, I'm not quite clear where it's going to come, you can just mock it up with a pencil, so I know that my glue mustn't go beyond that. So now I can put my glue on. Remember the centimetre, because otherwise it needs to attach, it won't attach to its spine. I'm going to close the two together, like that. And then what we can do is, in that little gap that we've left, put some glue on both sides.
Yep.
And then make sure it's the right way up and it's the right order and everything. It slots down, and you just pinch it together until it's dried. So again, if you want to, before you even attach any of your pages, you could colour your spine, so your spine matches your end pages. Or you might get some nice marbled paper and cover the the end pages with marbled paper, and just build it and build it.
Now, the paper that it's printed on, it's good for all mediums: acrylic paints, alcohol markers,
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, alcohol markers, another reason why this is so good is sometimes with the poorer quality paper, you use alcohol markers, it seeps right the way through to the other side. Now, if you were to hold your marker on and leave it on, it would eventually seep. But if you're just doing your normal colouring, it won't.
Perfect.
So, I'll just move it up a bit. So there you go, that's another page made. So 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that is so lovely.
So then moving on to, have I got time to?
Of course you have,
yeah,
we've got 15 minutes left, Kathy.
Right, well I want to do another 2. Like I said, we've got apertures and things. This aperture here, what we could do is, if you had a lovely photograph, get your photograph or your stamp or whatever it is, and sandwich it in before closing it up, leaving your centimetre and sticking that in. So then you've got another page, and so it goes. But your armoire, the doors actually come as a separate piece.
Is that what it's called? An armoire?
Well, it's a French armoire, isn't it? Have I made that up as well?
No, you've not. I think you're absolutely right. I didn't know it was called that.
And did we find out about liveries? Did I make that up?
Oh, now we did, actually. Now, we were talking about liveries earlier on, because this particular sample was made and created, coloured in the colours of your husband's, David.
Hugh,
not David. I've just married Kathy to David. So, Hugh, don't worry. I know you're going to be asking questions. All will be revealed after the show. These are Hugh's colours. Actually, that goes really well. Hugh's colours of his livery. Now, we were thinking, is that the right terminology for someone that rides a bike? Now, who's emailed in? Pat has emailed in. And Pat said that livery is a uniform of some sort, usually Royal Guards, but it's any uniform really, so yeah, you're right.
There we are.
Every day's a school day.
I doubted myself, you see.
Never doubt yourself.
I really doubted myself.
Only doubt that you're married to Hugh, because I've married you off to David. Sorry about that, Hugh. I don't know, who's David? Do you know a David?
I don't know, but he's so not a David.
No, he's not a David.
No, not at all.
Not that David's a bad.
No,
or anything like that.
But he doesn't look like a David.
Okay.
Right, so going to the armoire, or cupboard, or whatever.
Closet.
Yeah, you've got a dotted line, which is obviously where it's going to fold over like that and like that. And so those are your doors. And, yeah, I mean, obviously I've stuck those ones on. But what I would do is if you want to put a photograph, do your photograph and everything while it's off the back page. You want to be doing your artwork. So say, for example, we wanted to do a little illustration in here. Where's my bone folder gone? Can't find it. It's vanished. Never mind. We'll manage without.
What are you looking for?
My bone folder, Janice, is probably buried somewhere.
It probably is.
So with a little fine black pen, we'll try and make this look like it's the inside of a cupboard. And in that cupboard we could have, you know, bottles, and we'd have things written on the bottles. What I really like about this journal, well, actually all the 3D project packs that we do, is how you can personalise it and just make it really unique to an occasion or to a person. Go all the way around.
And I like the way that you're turning the page as you draw, rather than trying to go up, across, down and back.
Yeah, and also not worry if things aren't straight. I always think things look better. If you use a ruler, I think they sometimes look a bit too contrived.
Yes.
So we're going to have, let's have another shelf there. And another shelf, and then we're going to have little drawers at the bottom. So we're going to have one in the middle. And this is just doodling, Janice. This is nothing more than just doodling.
I just love watching things appear on the paper when somebody draws. I find it fascinating.
Should we have some little fancy handles?
Yeah. Some little French fancy handles. I was going to say French fancies, but that's a cake, isn't it?
That's something to eat, isn't it? Little drawers. And you see, they're all different sizes, they're all wibble wobble, but it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And then I think what we're going to have on here, we're going to have some little books.
Oh, yes. What kind of books, Kathy?
Well, should we put your name on?
Oh, have I written a book?
Have you?
I don't know, have I?
Well, it's the book on how to make little clay dogs, I think.
Yeah, let's do that.
We'll put Janice. 2021, so
I'll translate it into French, because it is in a French armoire.
So, you know, I mean, this is just fun, isn't it?
I love that. See all the different things you can do when you get this journal home. Yes, you will have the printed papers, but now you're adding your own designs. You're using the capability of doodling in there, your colours in there. You might want to put a picture inside if you want to. It's entirely up to you, but you've got that chance to make it bespoke, make it personal to you or to the person that you're sending it to.
Yeah, you said a picture, Janice. We'll put a picture in it.
Yeah.
There we go. And then obviously that you would keep going. Probably I'd even draw like hinges for the door, and then that would then be glued on, and you've got a really personalised cupboard.
Love that.
So that's the armoire. Do you want me to carry on? Or?
Yes, please.
Right, what other pages have we got? We've got all sorts of pages.
Whilst you're just getting ready for the next demonstration, we've had some pictures sent in, so I know you're going to enjoy seeing these, Kathy, and I know you're going to enjoy seeing them at home. Who have these been sent in by? We're just going to go through them for you. The first one, now that owl, you may recognise that. That's been sent in by...
Oh, that's lovely.
Isn't that lovely?
Isn't it?
This is from Hazel. Isn't that lovely?
Yeah, that's an illustration done by one of our guest illustrators at Pink Ink, Alexandra.
Love that. Thank you for sending that. Oh, look at
this one. That's gorgeous, our ostrich called Posh
This is from Christine. Posh bird.
Yeah.
Love that. Isn't that amazing with all the different fabrics on there? And this one's from Pat. Oh,
beautiful.
Look.
Lovely background there with the like lozenges and stuff.
My goodness, can we just go back to that picture? I wonder if that's a lovely one. Get your head out of your... OK. Right,
yeah.
that's good for a Sunday afternoon. Love that. And then this one is from John. John, this is absolutely adorable. I was talking to Jane about your hairs this morning, not the ones on your head, but the ones that you draw, because your hair is remarkable as well.
Yeah, it's a bit different.
But the hair that you draw is fabulous, isn't it? Oh, that is lovely, John. Thank you so much for sending those in. It's really lovely to see. And I'm sure you love seeing them too, don't you, Kathy?
I do. I really do love to see that. Like I say, that's the best bit, is seeing what people do with them.
Yeah.
And, you know, and seeing how people come on as well. They start right at the very beginning, like you were saying earlier, about not ever stamping before, and then suddenly they're hooked and then creating the most amazing things. It's brilliant. Right, Janice, I just thought I might, because I've got more cut of the bird box and we haven't done the box this hour. Are you happy for me to do the bird box?
OK, yeah, perfect.
So, again, a similar format as we did with the fairy box. Let's put it on the darker so it's easier to see. You're going to score all your dotted lines and colour work. Let's just put a little bit of colour in the back. I won't have time to stamp, but what I would do is, while this was all flat, is I'd do my paintwork first.
The journal, sorry, Kathy, the journal kit that we were just working on, just to let people know, is back on extended delivery, dispatching on the 26th. But I do need to let you know that 3/4 of the stock of the extended delivery has now gone. It could sell out again, just to keep you informed, just so you know. Back to Kathy.
Right, OK. So, yeah, I would do my painting first. Then I would do some stamp work. Now, what we've got on here is we've got a little bird box that sits in the back. Again, all scored, and you score on the dotted lines that are all illustrated.
Yep.
And there's instructions as well. And that goes on the back. So if you just don't glue it in yet, if you just position it, you would know where your leaves would go around it. And same as before, you would then glue your tabs and glue one of the A or the B, and one sits on top of the other. It must be square. It mustn't be off square. It's got to be square. If it's not square, then when you put the frame on the top, it can have a little bit of a wobble to it. So.
Okay.
That's quite important.
It does come with a little hanger that you can colour in and cut out as well, so you can hang it on the wall, which I think is a great idea.
It is a good idea, actually, because all you need is a little pin on the wall, and there it goes. Yeah.
And there are 2 projects in the pack, is that right?
And which one are they talking about?
With the birds.
There's 2 birds.
Yes.
So again, if you were, you know, mum and a child, or a grandma or something, you could have one for yourself and the child do the other one.
That's
and you do one
idea.
each, and sort of craft along together would be nice.
Yeah, that is a lovely idea. This is all part of the pick and mix, or you can buy them individually. Pick and mix, £19.98, individually £11.99. So those are the 2 projects from the kit that you're getting. And again, if you want to buy one and send it to somebody in the post, it's really easy to send to them. The kit itself, this is just an example of the journal kit. If I pop that all together, you can see there how easy that's going to be to post to somebody. And I think now's a really good time to send somebody a gift, a crafting gift, so they've got a new project to do within the months of January and February, where it starts to get a little bit colder as well. So it's always nice to have something to do on those cold, wintry days to feel you warm, to make sure that you feel warm inside, isn't it, Kathy?
It is, yeah. And these projects, Janice, they can be quick, really quick, or you could really go to town on them and embellish them to death and spend a long, long time. And I quite like that with a craft.
Kathy, we've got 4 minutes left. I don't know where the time has gone. It's flown.
Well, it has, like these birds.
Just like the birds.
So your bird box goes in. Obviously, spend a lot more time being careful than I am here. Your frame goes on the top.
Oh.
And then your little birds, I haven't cut them all out, but your little birds. Now, if you just sculpt them with your fingers and put some gel and make them 3D, that's really nice. And then they've got little 3D wings, there's butterflies, there's bunting, so you can hang bunting and put all sorts of detail on it.
Oh, I think they're absolutely gorgeous. Probably one of my favourites, because I love birds, I love gardens, and I just think that when they're made and created, and you've got the little love heart as well on the birdhouse, and we are being encouraged now to have bird boxes in our homes, little bug hotels as well, you know, to bring nature back to its full colour and beauty, and something like this just reminds you of that. So whether you're sending these as a card or whether you're using the little hook that comes in the kit, if I just pick this up and show you there, you'll see that at the top. You can hang this on a wall, or you've got the stand as well. So you've got 2 projects in that particular kit, and it is part of the pick and mix at £19.98. That could be one element, and then you could go for one of the other ones as well. But individually, if you wanted this on its own, whilst we've got it, £11.99 at the bottom of the screen. So a great little project, and everything has been illustrated by Kathy. Right, what else have you got to show us, Kathy?
Well, I'll just, if I can, get this little bird finished. Much longer have I got?
3 minutes.
3. I think I might just do it. I've attached the frame to the back. I have got gel, but I haven't got time to get it out, so we'll just use solvent just to be quick. Like that. And this one. I love two-tone as well. I mean, this one was painted really, really quickly, just so you get a bit of contrast. But what I'd love to do is put little messages up and up
like
the top.
do little doodles and secret messages,
yes, I think so. And then quickly, if we can get the
maybe if you're
on.
proposing to somebody, you could hook the ring onto the birdhouse.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Maybe David will do that for you. Just don't tell Hugh.
Oh dear, how funny. Right, I'm nearly there, nearly. This is speed cutting. Okay, so birds are on, and then it's got a tiny, obviously a good idea, I haven't scored it, but try and score it because it makes a much neater fold. Glue the tab. Little wing.
Oh,
I do like these birds, I think they're quite cute.
they're lovely. What's your favourite bird?
Oh, I've got so many. I do love a wren.
Yes.
I love a blue tit. I even like a sparrow.
Sparrows are lovely.
Yes, you know, even the sort of not so popular ones I like. I love a bird.
We've got lots of redwings coming to the garden at the
have you?
moment. They've devoured the holly tree berries.
Yeah.
So we have this lovely holly tree, lovely red berries, and they've just come and ate the lot, which is good for them. But yeah, redwings, you don't normally see them that much here in the UK, especially in the Midlands. So yeah, we've had quite a few, which has been nice. Had a woodpecker in the garden.
Oh yes, we've got woodpeckers.
Yeah, magpies, wood pigeons, finches, blue tits, sparrows, blackbirds, a lot. And bats, we've got bats as well.
Yeah, love a bat as well.
Yeah.
We've been asked to do a bat stamp, but I'm not sure, but it'll be very popular. What do you think?
Give it a go. It depends on the look of the bat, actually, because some of them are really cute. Unless you go for a fruit bat, which is like a fox. Call them flying foxes, fruit bats.
No.
We've got under a minute left of the show. In fact, we've got 40 seconds. I don't know where it's gone. Kathy, when are you back? Either on
well,
Skype or in the studio.
We are not back. I'm not sure when Pink Ink are back. I'm not back. We've got Let Leonie Loose has got doing some of our stuff on I think it's the 10th of February.
Great.
But we've got shows every month. But whether it'll be us or not is another thing.
Well, Kathy, thank you so much for coming in. I know you know we've kept you safe in here.
Yes, thank you. I do appreciate it.
I'd love to give you a hug, but I know I can't. But hopefully we'll see you again very, very soon. Kathy from Pink Ink Designs, thank you so much.
Thanks, Janice.
Thanks to Mel as well for answering the phone to us, and thanks to you guys for buying. See you in a minute. Where did that 2 hours go? Well, it's now on Rewind. You'll be able to see that maybe in an hour's time, but this is what's coming up in the rest of the afternoon here at Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specializing in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Well, good afternoon there. It's 4 o'clock. That means it's the final call, of course, for Studio Light. And the last time we're going to see Lou today, I believe, as well. But she'll be back soon. Shall we say a very good afternoon to her now? I think she's ready and waiting. She's waving at us all. Here she is, the wonderful Lou with us. Hi, Lou.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hi. Really good. I've had my lunch cooked by my other half, so...
Have
yeah,
you?
I'm ready to go now, ready to go.
Wonderful stuff. Now, you've been a busy lady. Now, you did say to me in between shows last night that you didn't move from your seats. You started at 6, you stayed there till 8 because you were that busy with the one-day special playing and seeing what you could achieve with it, that you kept yourself really, really busy the whole way through.
I did. I think what it was it got me back to card making and that sort of thing, because at the moment I've gone really into my journaling, my mixed media and stuff, and this sort of brought back those days of me creating layouts, and I think it really helped me because the layouts will help anything, all my journaling, all my mixed media. So it was really good to get these elements and go back to the things that I started with, and it was great. Now we're looking at some of the samples. It's absolutely amazing what they've done.
It really is. Yeah, we've got some gorgeous samples. And Lou, as always, your demonstrations have been so inspirational. They certainly have. Now, let's have a look at the full collection, because that is where most of you are purchasing. We do have everything for you, what's included in front of me here. Now, 70% or over 70% of the stock has now gone on the collection itself. We do have a one-day special, because we call it one-day special, but we're looking first at the details of that collection, because this is where most of the purchase is being made. So we can break this down into individuals, and when you do that you get savings on all of the individuals. They're carried over to the full collection, and then you get extra savings on top. So if I remember rightly from last night, the individual savings totaled £20, and if you're a non-Freedom member on the full collection you get a £5 saving. But don't do that. If you're buying the full collection and you're not a Freedom member, join, because as a Freedom member you've got an extra £11 and I think it was 89 pence or something like that. It was a lot, wasn't it? We'll have a check on that one, but definitely it's a why not deal. So let's have a look at the individuals and then we'll see where those savings are. So the one-day special itself, right here. So you've got the dies, 3 sets of dies, and I believe there's 39 individual dies in those sets as well. A great price on its own, because £35.97 with that £10 saving. So if you just want the dies, you certainly can go for them. 155,484, but remember that £10 saving, because it will be carried over. Let's have the pocket heart to show you, because this is a really lovely sample actually. This is Susie who's done this one. Now, one of the dies in that collection is the pocket. Now, if I turn this to the side, you can see there are fold lines in there, so it does form a lovely pocket that you can put a little card in there, a photograph, even a little gift in there, maybe some sweets or chocolates. So that is a lovely card all the way around actually. If I open it right up, you can see more of the dies have been used. Some of the papers from the paper pad that's in the full collection, and of course if I turn to the back you can even see we've got those lovely kissy lips there as well, because they're also featured in the full collection. Now let's have a look at something else, because the paper pad I did mention there as well. Right, looks like the spine's gone on this one now, so I don't know which order this is in. Oh, I hear Adam broke it earlier. Where do I start? Let's go with this one. So Lou, because you're there, yeah. Do you want to tell us about the paper pad? Because we have got all sorts of different sheets in here, starting at the very beginning with the die cuts.
Right, well, the first sort of pages are your kiss cut dies, so you can just push them out and then get rid of any little pips on them. But these all they all match the stamps, the stencils, everything else. So you'll have bigger versions and smaller versions of everything on this page. So that's your first page. Your next page after that is a set of scallops. Now, there is a die in the one-day special, which is the right size to cut that out without leaving a white mark. So you've got a margin of colour around it, and they've allowed for that, which is good, because normally you're trying to get it on or just on the line. You don't have to bother.
Yeah,
You've
perfect. You've also got the little ribbon strips as well, haven't you, Lou, there, which is so useful. And I've got to mention something else as well. You know from last night, my favourite stamp was one of these optical illusion ones. Now, you get two. We haven't seen the stamps yet, but watch out for the stamps. Right, if I turn the page again, Lou, we've got the toppers, haven't we?
Yeah, right. These are cut down, and they're sort of great ATCs as well, so you can use them for that. You can use them for anything. You can use them as a cardlet. I'm going to use one now in my first demo just to show you how we can change it up.
Wonderful.
The next sheet is a double-sided sheet, so it's got the noughts and crosses and no hugs and kisses. I always get that wrong. And then it's got more of a pattern side on one side and a plainer side. So you can sort of fold it and have a different. This is one page that I used, the love page. I used that last time, but it's got quite an ornate page on the other side. So I think you've got like scrapbooking ideas, you've got journaling ideas. You can cut out little decorations and stick them on. Look at that page now that we're looking at, Catherine, is really lovely. And you could just sit and doodle the back of that one. It's got all little love hearts on it.
So, it is lovely. You've got a lot of wide open space there to add your own embellishments, you know, stamp, to stencil as well. You know, if you want to cut that down into 6, you still can, because you get love in one, you'd get the lovely script and the red there in another, the stamp in another, and then a plainer one. So great to break down as well. And of course, all double-sided when it comes to the paper sheets.
Yes. That's the one I meant with the little hearts. If you just wanted to pick out one or two and put them in any colour, it'd be really clever. You don't notice the hearts first. Then we've got another white one with just some illustration on both corners, but pretty. It's got like a lot of white space.
It
and
has.
A check in the back. And
Lovely.
then we've got like. I love these because you can do either or, and you've got your splashes, and there's some stamps that go with these as well. Use your white ink, your embossing powders on that.
Definitely. And on the back, you've got little hearts again. They look upside down because of the way I'm holding the paper pad, but they are tiny little confetti hearts there. This is a lovely one, Lou, isn't it?
Yeah, you can use that as it is, actually. I just cut it up and you'd have loads of banners. I think it's there's quite a lot of uses with that. If you want one size, say a 6x6, and the rest you could cut up.
Definitely.
The next one is like a you've got XOXOXO.
Yeah, you have on the reverse of that one.
Then you've got like a ghost print on this. It's sort of like almost like a chalky feel. It's a lovely feel. And the red on the back is the same. So the other side is the same. It's just got a heavier print on it.
That's lovely, isn't
and
it?
Then we've got these wonderful glitter. Now that first one is like a subtle glitter.
It's very nice.
It's hard to see. It is lovely. It is. And they're beautiful to die cut, really are. And as we go on, the next red one is slightly heavier, but no shed. It doesn't come off, which is, and then the silver one it's stunning.
It is stunning. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? It's hiding. There it is. Look at that. Wow.
You know, when you try and die cut some of these and encapsulate this sheet, they leave little tags. This doesn't die cut brilliantly.
Beautiful. There is no shed. What you can see on my hand is paint from me prepping for the next show. Yeah, I've got another show straight after this, Lou, where I'm going to get messy.
Oh,
now,
nice.
These are lovely.
The next 2 sheets are to do with resist. So we've got one that's got 9 little toppers, and then one with 4 toppers. But they don't have to be toppers. They can leave them as they are. It's entirely up to you. But it becomes evident when you put colour on.
It does.
And that's the last bit. Last bit is the board. Keep the board for all your die cut hearts and big pieces. There's board tags, anything. So it's quite a versatile pack. That it really is.
It's lovely. And these watercolour sheets with the resist on them, it's like watching magic when you work with these. It really is.
Oh yeah.
Gorgeous.
It is.
Well, for the paper pad, if you're going for that, you can see on the detail there, on the details on the screen, £10.99. There is a £3 saving there. That is also in the full collection, so that saving is carried over. But I think a lot of you have probably gone for an extra paper pad as well, along with that collection, to make sure you've got plenty to use. So you certainly can do that as well. Now, coming up next, we've got the stamps. Now, the stamps are lovely, Lou. We've got 2 different sets, but there's 38 individual stamps, I believe, in these.
Yeah, and each one of these stamps has got not a replica. It's got the same image, but maybe different sizes within the papers, even on the stencils in the die cut. So you've got ranges of sizes, but ranges of 3D, some stamp. It's brilliant. Really, really thought out. This. There's not a lot, as in masses and masses and masses along the counter, but this has got everything in one compact collection. I think it's quite a clever thing to do.
Wonderful stuff. Well, you can see there, one of my favourite stamps in there, that heart, that optical illusion is included in there. And you can see those elements that are replicated from the paper pad as well. You've got the lips in there. I think I've seen them somewhere. You've got the arrows in there, the music notes, the different hearts as well. So, as you say, Lou, you've got an awful lot to go at there. And a £3 saving there as well. So £12.98 for both sets of stamps. Again, that saving will be carried over to the full collection, but individually, if you want this one, 706517. We're just looking at another one of those beautiful samples from the design team. I remember there's a certain member of the design team, Lou, that loves the blue. And you can see it, and it's not just for Valentine's. That's what we want to say here as well. You might get the odd Valentine's sentiment or something in the paper pad, but you're certainly talking all occasions, anniversary, birthdays, even Mother's Day here as well. And, you know, the musical notes all year round, so don't think just Valentine's, everybody. Love that in the blue, absolutely gorgeous. Then we have something else when it comes to individuals and also in that collection as well. We do have the wonderful stencils and also the washi tapes. Now, if you're going for the individual, these do come together. Just going to show you the 2 stencils. You can see both of them actually on the front of the counter there. And I've got a couple here as well. They're the same stencils, obviously, but you do also get the little ring with these. You'll get 1 for each stencil. So if you want to bind these together, you certainly can do. And if you collect, of course, stencils from Studio Light, I'm sure you'll be collecting those rings because you get one with every stencil. So that's a bonus. Lou, why do you like the stencils so much?
I like them because they've got I like the hearts because they don't always appear to be hearts. And sometimes you can get your pen in that heart one and make it into leopard skin and animal prints.
Oh.
The other one, I know people, I noticed that before when I made a mistake with colour, and you can get lots and lots of different, like, leopard and stuff by colouring colour. So I thought it was clever. And then the little hugs and kisses and all that, they've got the little dots in there.
Yeah.
They've got little arrows, and every one of them can be used separately. So I was using it in the last one in a journal page.
You did that at 8 o'clock last night as well, didn't you? You did an amazing journal page, and you masked off areas as well and used those dots, used those individual elements. It looked brilliant. So if anybody hasn't seen that show, you can get it on Rewind, of course. And then the washi tape, I know you're a big fan of this. And that red, you know, the red, the white and the black, it's so clean and fresh looking, isn't it? But layering these up, tearing into them, you've got all sorts of different prints, even ones you can write on as well, Lou.
Yeah, and you can colour them, and I was looking at Karen's, the blue lady, as we call her, and she really inspired me to do some because her work's amazing. So I was colouring the washi tape with it, and I thought that clean set of colour and just the crispness of it really set it off. It's something nice, bold, bright.
Yeah.
But you could plunge it up as well. I just think it's I love the washi, though. I think
it is fabulous. I think it's Karen who likes the blue, isn't it? We've got a few samples around the studio using blues, and Karen's name seems to be on them. But I adore that sample we've just seen with the blue, but then you've got that really big red heart there as well, cut out with the glitter card from the paper pad, which is beautiful.
And it doesn't look over the top, does it? That
it doesn't, no, definitely not.
When you look at it, you think it's bright red, and it's not till you get close. Oh, that's a great picture. And you can see how beautiful that glitter can look, and it doesn't look too over the top, does it? Sometimes people don't like glitter, but that
is just spot on, I think. Do you know what else? That is a really good sample for the full collection as well, because we've used paper from the paper pad. We can see the stamps have been used there, the stencils been used, the washi tape's been used as well, and the dies. So little elements from all parts of that collection. But if you go in for the stencils and the washi tape individually, £13.96, a £4 saving on these, 040611. That £4 saving again carried over to the full collection if you want to go for it. So everything that we've mentioned now, that's the dies, the stamps, the stencils with the washi, and of course the paper pad as well. All that makes up that full collection, carrying over the £20 savings and giving you extra savings on top. I did say to you earlier, Freedom members, you've got a bigger savings. So if you're a non-Freedom member, don't go for it without joining the club, because it's a why not deal. You'll still save more money. It's only £5.97 for a month, and look at the extra saving on top, £11.89. And you can split that two ways. £31.01 is all you're going to pay now, and another in a month's time. All dispatched from the 25th of January, so not long to wait at all. Item number 635442 for the full collection. Right, Lou, I hope you're ready to go, because we can't wait to see what you've got in store for this final hour.
Well, I've shown this, and I'm sorry to those people who are watching, but we catch new people all the time. And I wanted to just show you how I go about looking at my cards and inspiration. So when I went, and this is my planning for what I want to do and all the techniques. So I have a little log like that. But these, then I start to think about, oh, right, I could do this. So this is what I mean about me going back to card making. I can actually have a look at all these and think, right, well, which do I want? So I pick up maybe one of the hearts. And the circle on one of these represents anything. It could be square, a heart, it could be anything that you've got, but it's the focal point.
Yeah.
And I think, oh, I really like this one up here. So it's got two hearts. It's got a little, and I go around and I collect all my bits like this, and then it's all put together really easy on a card. But you can do that for a journal, you can do that for everything, and I think that really stops it being so scary when you think about, oh, well, I've got all these bits, what do we do?
Definitely.
And then, you know, if you two colours, like Karen's really inspired me for this one, I must admit. And if you just put two colours together, let's have a look. I could do this one where we've got that. I could cut it in half and put a line between it. There's just that one there. Put a line between it there and just have a word across it there. And it's a card front.
Yeah.
So if you're a bit concerned about, oh, I'm lost, don't be, because there's plenty of things on the internet that you can look at layouts. But it's all about the cards, and like I say, these cards are not just Valentine's. So I thought we'd do a few cards once. I'll do the first one that I want to show you. The first thing I want to show you, is get all your bits. I've got all the die cuts. I've tried to sort them out, as you can see, and I've put them into little piles. But one sheet, I've got a Gemini, takes all the stencils, barring this big one. So you can cut them out in one pass.
Okay.
And then you can collect them all out, put them all over your table, and you're not going to mess then. Otherwise, like I said last night, and you know before, if you do it for just one, you'll never do it. So you might as well cut the lot out first. So I'm thinking, I'm going to say, send this to somebody I care about. I think the world of them, but it's not Valentine's. So I thought, right, I'm going to use this in the back. It's got love in resist.
This is one of the watercolours, isn't it, from the paper pad?
Yeah. You can just see it's got the love in it. And then
Wonderful.
In the 12 pack, we've got that. And that's exactly the same as that. You've got the heart, but you've got the love. So I'm thinking, I really like that. You can have it as a 6x6 or whatever. You can have it as an oblong. It's up to you. But I really like the idea of going to make a simple card using this, looking at some of my layouts, but putting my own bit on it. So I've got the ownership at the end. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this and just on parts of it, because I think I am terrible for not leaving white space on cards and stuff, and I feel like I've got to cover it all, so I'm stopping myself sometimes. Right, before I forget, I need to show you something. When you're working with different colours like this, always best to test out your ink. Now, this one is an orangey red.
Okay.
But if I was to go to this one, is it this one? Yeah, this one. If I go to this one, I can just show you now the difference is a darker red. So if I was going to use that heart, it would be more, and I wanted it to sort of blend, be that one.
Okay,
so that's something that I do first. So turn it back over because you won't see that. I've cut it too big, and then I can cut it down. I'm just going to place the heart on it, and I'm just going to go with the lighter ink, because if you go with the lighter ink, it's cool because you can always darken it. It's just hard to get rid of if you darken it first. So I'm just going to put a little bit of the light, and it's called, let me get it right, Candied Apple. Oh no, Abandoned Coral.
Okay,
Abandoned Coral.
Oh, nice, look at that. Now, straight away, Lou, we can see, because you've got that resist underneath, you're not getting solid hearts, you can see that wording showing through.
Yeah, and that's what I want. I want to create interest and not just like obvious. I want it to be like a pattern. So, well, you don't need a heart on it, love on it, if you know what I mean. You don't have to let it be the main focal point. And if you change it up and swap it round, it won't be the first thing that people see.
Yeah.
It won't be the love that people will see. It'll be the hearts, and they'll think, oh, is there writing on underneath that? I'm now just changed up to the next, which is a darker one, just to give it a bit more power. So I'm going near it and blending to the next one. And we've got this mass now. And then what I'm going to do here is take the other one and just very lightly, I don't want this too heavy because I want it to be more like fading out. Just take it lightly. So I've just got the words visible.
Yeah.
And you don't have to have the words visible. I'm just putting them on there. So it now looks a little bit more like, there we go, more interesting. I'm just putting that there. Now, what you can do is if you wanted to, you could actually emboss this in a different, not emboss, blend a different colour like a blue over it. I'm going to do the blue around the edge just to give you that impact because it does need it. At the moment, it's a bit boring like that. So I'm using the StazOn because I'm really not great at this. So if I use the StazOn, then I've got a little bit, it's not as blendable. So it doesn't seem to go all over like the distress for me. I am distressed with it sometimes. I'm very distressed with that. Because I can't, you get these people and they blend it and it looks absolutely phenomenal. Mine looks like someone's at the dinner of it. So this is a bit easier for me. So just using the blue, and this is, again, a knock back to our Karen, who's the blue lady, but she has done some absolutely stonking, well, they all have. Every one of them, Liz, Susie, we've got Rachel and Karen, they've just pulled it out of the bag.
They have.
Right. I'm happy with that.
Okay, lovely.
What I might just do while it's on here is just give it a little bit. Now, I might decide that's not exactly what I want, but it's not that dark that that's it, perfect. It's just changing it up a little bit. That's better. So I've got a little bit of a ghost. Because these aren't blendable, supposed to be, but you do get a residue of colour.
Yeah,
and I think that's enough. There we go. That's enough. That you can just see it.
Yeah.
But it's not overpowering. I'm happy with that.
Okay, lovely.
Really happy. I'm just going to add some washi because I love it. And
I know you do.
No one's going to stop.
We get 12 rolls of washi as well, and they're all different, aren't they? You've got 6 of the red and white and 6 of the black and white.
And they've got a good sticking power. Some of them are out of come on, let's face it, some washi tapes are rubbish because you put them on and by the time you stuck one end, the other end stuck, oh, come on. But this, it does, doesn't it? You're like, like that end and that up. No, this.
Actually,
Well,
while we're talking about sticking washi, Lou, it is important, isn't it, to make sure that your surface is dry as well. If you have been inking, give it a bit of a dry off or let it dry, because any moisture will sort of avoid it sticking properly.
It will, and it's the same with wet glue as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, make sure that you have got dry surface. So we've got this one here, we've got this one. All I'm going to do here, which is really simple, is I'm going to get my glue and I'm going to, now, told you it's unbunged. I'm very happy about this.
Is your white pen still working though?
Yeah, so I've got 3 working now.
Whoa.
I'm not going to say 2, just in case you know, don't count your chickens or whatever it is. Do you know what I said the other day?
I dread to think. What did you say?
Right, I meant to say, what I said was, people in sheds shouldn't throw bricks.
Right? Were you thinking of the glass houses motto?
Yes, yes. And I said, people in sheds shouldn't throw bricks. And the look I got was like, what are you going on about? And I thought, oh, what have I done here? And it was me. So, yeah, so whatever I say, just ignore me. I'm in the
Well, actually, I think it's good advice, Lou. Don't throw bricks in sheds. You never know what damage you might do.
Bad news. So, anyway, I've got the love. In the heart there, I put a little bit of the... I'll be fine. Mark like me for this, because I've got glitter on everywhere. He'll be like, oh, what's she done with that glitter? Now, I've got the it's like broderie anglais, but in the little hearts there, the little filigree there, it's got little tiny hearts, and they're worth collecting because they're absolutely beautiful. Now, I'll do the 2 just to show you. So I've got a line of washer. I want a line of something a bit nicer now. Not nicer, but just fancier. So I could put in that, or I could put in the blue. And I think this is what the best thing about the card and packs like this is. You can now make it, I like the blue better. So you can now make it your own. Everything that you do is going to be individual and unique because you're doing it your way. Even if 500 people got the same pack, they wouldn't be the same because you put your own little... Now you can butt it up to it or have it over the top. I quite like it like that. It looks a bit neater. And this is big enough to just go... Oh, that's a bit wonky, isn't it? Right. Because I'm sat a bit further back, it's like I'm on a slant. So I'm sort of sat back, like, looking at it.
It looks good for me, yeah. It looks nice and straight.
It looks straight where I am, but I mean, I don't know if you sat at home, it might look right wonky. So I'm going to put that one on there. Oh, now that is wonky. But it is, isn't it? That's well rough, that one. That looked like it was on a ski slope. Right. Oh, look what I've done.
What have you done?
Oh, I just put my finger in.
Oh, no, you have, haven't you, in the glitter?
And what you must do is make sure that if you're doing this, you know, you're going to spend a bit more time letting the glue dry and stuff. But, yeah, get your wording the right way, unless you want it to be upside down, because at the moment you've got, like, love and kisses that go in the right way, whereas if it was going the opposite way, it would just create interest, but it might not be the effect you want. So I've got the word love. Now, this is where, again, you come in, you've got the blue or you've got the red. And it's entirely up to you whether you use either one. Now, I quite like the red on that one, but I want you to get this here. And I really like getting this and chopping it up because I've seen a lot of card, I'll show you what I mean. A lot of the cards where they've got things over the top, so you're only seeing half of objects, and I quite like that. Let me turn it up, where it's sort of hidden and broken up. So I thought it'd be quite nice to do it with a heart again. I did it last night, but instead of doing a journal page, I'm now just going to do the card front.
Well, the layout you're doing on a card, Lou, will work for a journal page just the same, won't it, as well?
And that's exactly it. It's the idea of, if people could just get off the idea of how this should look like this and that should look like that, and just think, right, well, whatever I'm going to do, I'm going to put it on a card, I'm going to put it on a journal page, I'm going to put that in. Just forget about anything. I know this flaming stuff here, it's been a nightmare. Find it everywhere. It'll be stuck on the bottom of the bath for years. But you've got to get that idea, haven't you, that has to be this and that has to be for this. Don't. It can be anything you want. Oh, away. What am I doing? Don't tell. Oh, he's watching. I forgot about that. Right. He's watching in the other room. What am I doing? Right. What you can do is put that over. I'm having that.
Yeah, we like that. Do you know, everybody's saying, I've just heard from the garage, doesn't the red and blue work really well? It does, doesn't it?
It does. And you can... Oh, I like that as well. Right, what I've done
Watch
now...
that heart, Lou.
Look at that. Oh, feel the thinking in it now. Right, I'm not playing, I'm turning it upside down. I'm fed up now. Come on, behave with us. That's terrible. Right, what I've done is me being clever. No, I'm not. I've got one heart on top of the other, so you can stretch him a bit, you know, within reason. You can't go like that for miles, but, you know, give it a nice little stretch to fit. Right, what I'm going to show you is we've got a bit of red and it's got love on it, and it's the same as the writing. I don't know if you can just catch that. It's the same as that.
Yeah, we can see the writing.
Excellent. And then I'm going to get what I did last night. I only need a little bit, but I want to bring... We've got this idea, and you know I've got bang on about it for years, is the idea of threes. And up to now we've only got 2 blue areas. So I need something to balance it. So all I'm going to do is just get my stays on and just in full of glitter.
I was just thinking, you're going to end up with red glitter bits all in that ink. Because it's all over your fingers. You know,
tell me about it. I've got it in my hair. I've got it up my nose now. Wouldn't believe it. I've just itched my nose, and it's gone right up my nose now. I've got a bit of glitter up my nose. That'll be so annoying me later when I'm trying to get stop my nose itching. I'll be crying in a minute, trying to itch, sneezing. Right, I can't get that up there, so I'm going to put that down there.
Watch that heart.
Done it. Hey, look at that. I'm going to put a little bit... No, just there. Now, I'm thinking this needs something. So this is when you get to a point with your card making and you think, no, it really does need something. It needs a bit of power or impact. And I think this is going to be where these are all solid colours. I know I've mixed these two, but we've still got essence of red, which isn't that different. So I think a pop of colour now with the black.
Oh, nice.
It'll just bring it.
Yeah.
Now, what you can do is watch that flaming heart there, and you can just stick one of the... Oh, it's sticking to my finger. Here we go. Right, I'm starting again. It's stuck to my fingers. It's got that glue on with the thing. It's stuck everywhere. I've unbunged it, but I don't think it's right glue. Right. So I'm going to put a little bit up there just to compensate, and then I'm going to try and just see whether that'll work on there. And if it doesn't, it'll go in the bin. See, it's stuck on my fingers. Right, and what I'm thinking is, you put that on there, just give it a little bit of a... And I think now, that's all I need, really. I don't need anything. You could go in and get...
I think that looks great. I mean, the black does work really well, and it kind of draws your eye into the centre top of there with the love, because that's in the black. But before, I think you're right, you were kind of looking at the whole thing and just seeing colour and bits of this, bits of that, and now it has pulled it all together.
You can go back in, you know, this is a glaze pen, and you can create your own sort of lines by just adding black pen to the edge. So I'm going to use the other one, it's a bit darker. Oh, here we go.
Oh, no. We found a pen that's bunged.
Oh, for crying out loud. Right. Move on to something else. I'm not using a pen.
Shall we let you get set for the next demonstration and get cleaned up with glitter, and we'll give a recap?
You're winding me up with this glitter. I'm never using it again in my life. Right, yes. I'm going to get cleaned up. I think I might need vacuum out for my nose. For my nose, not for the carpet. It's my nose I'm worried about.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Oh, and I've got visions of Lou with a vacuum cleaner. Right, okay, let's have a bit of a recap. We will be back with Lou in a little while. Let's have a look at that full collection. It continues to be busy. This is the way everybody is buying. You're going for everything, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's because simply that, well, the complete collection, it gives you that complete saving, doesn't it? Because all those individual savings carried over, plus the extra on top. Just a reminder, as a Freedom member, you've got the £20, which is carried over from the individuals, and we're giving you an extra £11.89. Now, what you're getting in the full collection are the dies that you see in there. So there are 3 sets. Individually, there are 39 dies in those 3 sets there. That pocket is the largest die, but it is fabulous. And something else I want to point out as well with this one, if I can just find, there, the 2 little eyelets, they are separate dies. So if you wanted to put holes into those pockets, you could do. And an idea I thought would work really well last night was maybe make bunting out of these and put little gifts and things in there as well. So you could string them up, or you could tie ribbon through the top. But if you don't want the eyelets in there, you just go with a die on its own. You've got flourishes, you've got borders, you've got flowers, you've got those different hearts. They're kind of those scribbled hearts as well, which look really, really effective. You've got all sorts of wonderful elements in there. Useful for your cards, your journaling, your albums, your scrapbooks, and all your home decor as well. And then, of course, with the full collection, it's not just that. We're going to get the stencils and the washi as well. We can see those underneath there. Those 2 wonderful stencils, you do get the little rings to hold these together if you want to use them. And the washi tape, you're getting 6 of the red and white and 6 of the black and white as well. So 12 rolls in total. And each roll is a different width and a different design as well, which I just think is fabulous. Love the one where you can write the date and the to and the from on as well. But you could overstamp or colour any of those. So that takes care of the stencils when it comes to the full collection. Then, of course, we have the stamps for you. There are 38 individual stamps. I love the elements in this one as well. You know, you've got kind of bunting together there as well. The hearts on a string. You've got 2 different versions. You've got the champagne glasses there as well. You've got arrows. You've got lots of different styles of hearts, you know, with the distressed edge as well there, the optical illusion. You've got the lips, the letters, the music notes, and it just goes on and on and on. And then, of course, we also have the paper pad. Now, individually, this is £10.99. If you want to go for an extra one, you can do, because it's well worth it. You are going to get a really lovely array of different sheets here. So your die cut elements are in there. They are die cut for you. You don't have to worry about these. They will just pop out. Maybe just clean up the edges a little bit if you get those little pips on them, you know, where they're joined together, but it's going to be minimal. Then you do get a sheet that you will find there is a corresponding die to cut these out perfectly. So you don't have to worry about these not being die cut already. You can work with those as you wish. You've got the ribbons at the bottom as well. You've got uncoated papers as well, so you can overstamp, you can emboss, you can spray, you can stencil over the top as well with your inks. Then you've got your toppers, which you've seen Lou use this one here, but that's just one of 12 on one sheet. Really, really nice indeed. And then, of course, you get to your decorative papers, and these are all double-sided. So if I flip through these, you can see some are a little bit more decorative than others. But, you know, even the grid, you could colour those squares in, couldn't you? You could do something quite clever with that. I love the fact that you've got really nice open spaces, so it allows you to be very creative there as well. Always make sure what's on the back, because you're going to use every single scrap of these. Just flick through these, and then we'll get to, of course, those next elements, which are our wonderful glitters. Let me just show you that one again. That is beautiful. You can use that just as it is. You don't need to do anything at all, do you? Cut these down into 6x6s, cut them into whatever size you want, in fact. Then we've got those glitters, and it is encapsulated as well. I'm just trying to catch the light there where we can see that really soft. It's almost like a frostiness on that one. Love it. So you've got your white. Of course, you've got your red, which is stunning. Look at that. That is a proper red, isn't it? Beautiful. And then you've also got your silver, which I absolutely love. I think the silver with the black and the red just works so beautifully, and of course the white as well. Then we have those watercolour sheets. Now these are really heavyweight as well. I've got a sample, I think, here that I can show you with these, where they've been used in a very clever way as well. Just trying to catch the light again so you can see the resist on there. There we are. So you've got 9 different elements on that sheet, and on the other one you've got 4, so it cuts into 4 equal quarters, and instantly you've got 4 backgrounds there. But if you want, again, to cut them down further, you could do. Just try and, there we are, we can see. Lovely. Oh, it is like magic. I love it. Do you know, whether you spray on those, whether you use your inks on those, it doesn't matter. It's like magic. This is the sample I was referring to. This is one by Liz, actually. I didn't realise last night when I first picked this up. This is using those watercolour elements from the paper pad, but of course you've got your dyes in there as well. So you can see just using ink or sprays, bringing out that detail. And this is what you will achieve, but you can still add more to it as well. Beautiful. 635442 is the item number. If you're going for the full collection, you've got 2 payments of £31 and a penny. That's all it is this month, and another in a month's time. Now, we do have something else to share with you as well, so I'm going to show you these. Just going to go for a little wander down the counter, because we have got, this is more or less a build your own paper pad. Now, what we've got here is 12 different designs, but you can choose how you put your selection together. So let's say you want one of each. You can do that. These are double-sided. I'm going to go through them in a second. If you want 6 of one and 6 of another, you can do that. Maybe you want 11 different ones. Sorry, 10 different ones and 2 of one. It's entirely up to you. You decide the combination you put these together. So we're going to go through these. This is Stag Silhouette. Now, these are all double-sided, so we'll be flipping these around. They're all beautiful, actually. I think if you wanted one of each, definitely you're going to be very happy with your choice. I would actually go for 2 of everything. That's what I would do, because these are double-sided and then you can make use of everything. Woodland Stags is this one. You can see you've got your stags and your deer on there, and there's the background, that lovely sort of watercolour effect. Oh, we've got Matthew Palmer in the studio today as well. It's like looking at Matthew's paintings. Winter Fox is this one. Isn't he lovely? I love it. I love the floral element in these as well. There's the reverse of this one. Beautiful. The next one we've got is Winter Woodland. You can see why it's called that, can't you? But what's on the other side? Let's have a look. Oh, that's nice. Look at the stags coming in from the side as well. Really clever. Nice open space again to do a lot of work in the middle there as well. Forest Scene is this one. Now, I like this because you've got all those different animals in there, but the jars are beautiful as well. And again, you've got the florals in there. Really, really pretty. Cut those down, use them individually. But on the reverse of that one, again, you've got a lovely background. Love those trees coming through there. Winter Foliage is this one. Again, you've got the jars, you've got the wreaths, you've got a lot of the animals there, the woodland animals. Look at the deer inside the jar. That's really effective. Berries and foliage in there. You'll recognise some of the shapes, I think, from some of the dyes we've got in our other collection as well. I know we've got the laurel leaves. There you can see the stag coming through on the background again. Such a lovely feel to this. Gorgeous colour palette. Then we have Winter Stag. He's very proud, isn't he? Very proud and majestic. Let's see what's on the other side. Actually, let me just point out the frame on this one as well. That is beautiful. I wouldn't want to cut that one up. I'd want to keep it as it is. Now, that's nice. You could take that straight down the centre across the width, couldn't you? You make a long card just out of that one scene and keep the other one, or maybe just leave it as it is, as a full background. Then we've got Winter Bench. This is another favourite, actually. Let's spin this round. You'll see why I like this one. Oh, look at the hedgehog. Shouldn't he be hibernating? The hedgehog. They do hibernate, hedgehogs, don't they? Maybe it's just a very snowy, I don't know, we get snow at Easter sometimes, don't we? I don't know. I'll have to find out when hedgehogs hibernate and come back out. Now we've got the Arctic Wolf. Now this is another beauty. Look at the florals in this one again, those beautiful pink roses. Really, really pretty. And on the other side, you've got the lodge there. That's one of my firm favourites, that piece. Yeah, that would definitely, I think I'd have to have more than one of those. Then we've got the polar bear. Oh, look. Oh, so sweet. Yeah, we've got polar bears in Doncaster. We have got a wildlife park. Oh, it's brilliant. If you've never been, when you can go, make sure you go. There you've got the owl on there as well. Animal scenes on this one. Oops, they're wanting to escape now. Let's just turn this one around again. Another beautiful background. That's a really frosty look, isn't it? And then finally, we've got Winter Lodge. Now, this has got the best of everything on it. You've got all those animals, you've got the lodge, you've got the bench on there as well. But, of course, it is double-sided. Oh, look at the little rabbits. I didn't notice those yesterday. There you are, another beautiful background. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. So build your own paper pack. If you want to go for more than 12, as long as it's in multiples of 12, you certainly can. It's only £9.99, £2 saving, 370999. Now we're going to go back to Lou. She's ready and see another demonstration. Lou, what you got for us this time?
Well, I'm messing now. No, I'm not. I've got on bits out. Well, no, that sounded wrong. Sorry, I haven't got all my bits out. I've got some bits out. Right, what I thought was I'll just make one of these because I haven't done this yet, but I just want to show you how you can make a nice, simple card, or you can make a little pocket out of them and add them all together. I won't do them all. And the way it's cut is really clever because it's it's deep enough, the score lines, for it to bend and fold without cracking, but not that deep that you can't see them. Sometimes it's either you get them right nearly split and then they break through, or you can hardly see them, whereas these have got it right. Mind you, they've been doing it 40 years, so they're getting it
they know what they're doing by now.
They do. My advice is always fold both ways, and then that way it doesn't matter. So you can just see all the folds, and I just systematically go through them and then do all that. Now, it's entirely up to you how you build these up, and you know, you've got like paper engineers out there who would spend hours like formulating ideas. Remember years ago, Robert Adams, and he would have been making pop-ups and all sorts of things out of these because that's what he enjoyed doing, and I think there's a lot of people out there who do the same. They enjoy the pop-up element, and you could make with it.
Well, we have Angela Poole, don't we, who comes here as well. She's the same.
Angela Poole.
Lovely stuff.
Got that there. Look at that.
What have you done? Oh, is that glitter?
Glowing glitter. Right. I'm annoyed at that. Anyway, it goes like that, but you could start, you know, really, and you could add another one and build it up, but I'm not going to. So it sort of fits together like that. Now, if you use quite heavy construction cards, you could make a few of them and have them as like little, you said, like bunting, or you could have them as little hanging pockets. So I think depending on how you're going to use them and what for is like the materials you're going to need. So what I'm going to do is I want this front one here, so I am just going to use that.
Okay.
I'm going to get rid of them, and what you can do is just use a piece of card to just fold to mask it.
Okay.
So all I'm going to do is really simple, really simple. You know, I've done quite a few sort of different designs, and I just thought, right, let's just go back to being just simple and see what it looks like, and add a to it using the kit and the collection. I think that's the nicest way to finish off.
Okay.
So I've got the heart, and it's got lots of hearts. So just test it on another sheet. I always that glitter. Right. Yeah, that's it. I've got it everywhere. Oh, right. That's going in the bin. That's going in the bin. That. Sorry. Right.
It's really upset you, that glitter.
Oh, it's annoyed me. Really has annoyed me. It's got right up my nose in every way. Fed up with it. That's why it's in cupboard and not out. Mind you, I think it's because it's the little pots and I can't put them back, and it's I just got a bit overzealous putting it out. I think it's because I've not used it for a long time. I put too much out. So anyway, I've just gone all over with the heart, masking the other elements off, trying to keep it clean. That won't last. Not with this glitter, it'll get everywhere. Right.
You should have used the glitter in the paper pad, Lou. You wouldn't have had an issue then.
I know. I was trying. I'm trying to be clever, and it doesn't work with me at all. So I was trying to be clever, thinking, oh, I'll do this, I'll do that, and no, it doesn't work. So all I'm going to do is just get a pen and just go into. I was going to use glitter, but as you know, I'm getting a bit peed off with that, so I'm not going to use glitter. I'm going to use a pen. Right. So I just colour in the odd one. This could be a pencil, it could be a pen, it could be a pencil crayon, it could be ink, it could be anything you want. And all you're doing is just every now and again a little heart coloured in. It could be any colour you want. So I've got that. Right, I'm going to glue that now. And that was really good what you said before. And it's something that we should all remember actually, that if you've got anything water-based like paint, glue, inks or anything distressed, always make sure they're dry before you try and glue, because it just doesn't like it at all.
Yeah.
And it won't stick properly. So try and keep your gluing area clear, and then just a little bit of friction and heat, and it should stick. Now that's quite a...
Just as you're gluing there, Lou, I'm just going to remind everybody that it is the final call, so everybody needs to be checking their baskets out ready before we launch a brand new one-day special. And I can let everybody know, when it comes to the full collection, 80% of the stock has gone. It's been very, very busy. There you can see it all. Item number 635442. There you go, Lou. Sorry about that.
No, I don't ever. I think it's really important that we get our numbers, because I'm not on talkback normally anyway, and then I need to know what to use and what's popular and stuff. So anyway, I've gone round that a little bit haphazard, but it doesn't really matter. And I'm going to glue the back to this card. Now again, people have asked me about this card. I've used it. I've got it from. I don't know where the card's from, but I've got the spray from Pearly Winks, and it's superb. It's a really nice spray. So maybe contact them about what colour it is, because I don't remember stuff like that. So I've got my little heart on, but you really do need to really crease that.
Yeah.
Now, a little idea I had was you could always, just put a little that down there to keep it down if you wanted, like a little circle. It doesn't really look like a heart then, but it's up to you. If it was a gift card, that'd be quite nice to use, or this actually would be quite nice. You could sort
I like the locket.
Yeah, put that in there and just bend it over. There we go. That's better.
I like that. Yeah, that was good.
And then I'm not going to stick it down because it's going to be under the card, but I'm going to do the face here. So this is one of my favourites. It's great. It's got love heart. It's supposed to look like barbed wire, but it's something like...
It's too pretty for barbed wire, isn't it?
Exactly. It's sort of too nice, but it's nice and not nice at the same time. Quite
No,
like
just
the
to time
idea
check you as well. We've got just under 5 minutes left for demonstration.
Right, I'm just going to put a couple of these on now, just like that. And it's only simple. Sometimes these simple little cards, these inspire people more, because they might have the products, like to use the cardstock, the glues and that. They might not have everything else. So sometimes simple is a nice little idea. Now, what I would do is, maybe if you haven't got the right colour you need, always do it in white, and then you can always put your own colour by painting it on top. So I'm just going to put that on there.
I'm looking at that little pocket as well, Lou, and I'm thinking that would make a great alternative as a favour on a table. Maybe you could put a lottery ticket in there, or a little written note, or a scratch card or something, or a gift card for everybody.
Because it's got a love on it and all that, it'll work for all of that. It'll work for everything. Like that, even a new home, like your new home together and all that. So what you could do is put that one on, but I think that's too fussy there. But I quite like that. So all it is the 2 heart die cuts, a little pocket, a little card blank that I've used for the back, the stamp, coloured it in, put this on, like that there. I'm not going to use glitter because it will drive me nuts. And then I get my little lock and just put that behind there.
I do like that little lock.
And then I glue them. But what there is the inside of the lock you can put on there as well. And I quite like that. You can have that any way you want, like a little...
Is there a little key that goes with the lot, Lou? Just looking at
there is a key somewhere in all this. There's a little key. So I can't find it.
There's a little stamp. The key is a stamp, because you could put "Unlock My Heart" if you put the key and the stamp on there.
There's a key there as well.
Yeah, there it is.
I've got this, a little one, because I'm conscious of time. Did I put any glue on that then? And this is from the bit that, let me show you. It's the word love, and it's got the word at the end, love. I can't find it now, but it's sort of attaches. It's the arrow, and if you just sort of take
one of the dies. I can see it on the die set.
Yeah, you could take it apart. I mean, and there's all sorts of elements when you look at it. I mean, you could even put these on to make it like a really nice.
I can see your die cut, Lou. It's just as I look at the picture, it's to the left of your card. I can see a black die cut under the stamps. There it is. The love with the arrow. It's in black
Under
and
the
red.
stamps?
Yeah, you're moving this right there.
That?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one there. Oh, you're a rocker, you man. I'm like, I'm daydreaming away there. But yeah, so I can't believe I just sat there like that. Anyway, that's my elements there. You can, like I did with this, just to show you what I did, moving back to this one, because I did finish it off a bit more. And you could do the same on here. I've just added a little bit of charcoal to that edge and that edge, and it's brought up the lettering, and it's giving it more depth that way. And you, look at that. That's annoying me.
Do you know, I wasn't going to draw attention to that, Lou, but you've done it now.
That is annoying me. I'm fed up with that.
Do you know, time has beaten us again. We've only got a minute left, so we better say a big thank you to Lou. Lou, I don't know when we'll see you back at the studios, but I'm sure we'll see you again. Do you know when you're back? What shows have you got next week? Have you got shows?
I've got shows next week, and all depending on restrictions, hopefully. But I think next week I'll still be at home, but the week after I think I'll be going back in.
Wonderful.
Hopefully, yay!
Well, however we see you, we will look forward to it. Oh, lovely Lou there. Don't forget to check your baskets out. Still busy on the full collection. That's the way most of you are purchasing. Over 80% of the stock has gone. Just very quickly, because I know we're almost out of time. You've got 39 dies. You've got 38 stamps in there. You've got 2 stencils, 12 rolls of washi tape, and you've got that paper stack that contains all sorts of different goodies for you as well. All with that enormous saving. 635-442. That's the end of this hour, but I'm going to stay with you. If you can, stay with me as well. I'm going over to the next set. See you soon. Yes, coming up next, we're going to dress my craft. Stay with me for that. And then, of course, we've got the new One Day Special. The wonderful Matthew Palmer is here in the studio. And then we've got Sunday Savers.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Hochanda app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Hochanda app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Simply turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do so, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select apps from the menu that appears. Scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowendine. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rounding shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Good evening, everyone. I can officially say that at 5 o'clock, I believe. Well, it is a good evening because we've got Dress My Craft, so do stay with me for the next hour. It's just me on my own. So let's tell you a little bit about the company, first of all, because some of you may not have even heard of Dress My Crafts. Now, it's a lovely lady called Shalini that is behind the company in India. Unfortunately, she can't be here, of course, for obvious reasons, but that means that I get to play with some of these goodies as well. Now, Dress My Crafts, we are concentrating today on some beautiful transfers. Now, these transfers will go into all sorts of surfaces, but we can see paper pads, dies, all sorts of different tools, embellishments, all coming in now from Dress My Craft. So I think this is a brand we're going to see much more of in the future. But as I say, for now, we're looking at the transfers, and these are my Dress My Crafts transfer sheet pack. We've got different options for you under different item numbers as well. So let's go through the first bundle. These are absolutely beautiful as well because you do have lots of sort of vintage designs there. Some of them are colour, some of them are just black print, but you've got that transparency behind them as well. So we'll go through these, and if you're thinking, well, that's not right, they're back to front, the wording doesn't make sense. It's because obviously the transfers will go face down and then they will be revealed the right way around. Now, this particular option is called Flowers All Around. So I'm going to show you the sheets that you're getting, all for £17.99. And as I say, these will go onto multiple surfaces, which I will be showing you throughout the hour as well. So the first sheet, we can see a little bit of colour going on in this one with those beautiful flowers. But, you know, the fact that you've got the black print means that you can add your own colours to the surfaces with your inks, your sprays, your paints, and all those different effects as well. These will layer over your stencils, over rough surfaces. You can shape these over your jars, your vases, all sorts of different, you know, things that you find around the home. So you know by now that I love my upcycling. So think about those things that you're going to upcycle around the home as well. The next sheet, in the same kit, you can see you've got much more in the way of the colours there. So some beautiful florals. You have got script there as well. You can separate these down a little bit so you don't have to use the whole of the transfer either. Now the butterflies, one of my favourite sheets. I think this is absolutely beautiful. Now the transfers here, you can see in all sorts of different sizes, different colours there as well. They are stunning. These will even go into wax candles. I will show you that in the hour as well. So that's another surface that we can mention. More florals there. Building these up as a frame would be beautiful. Just one single element would look gorgeous. You know, overlaying over your script. Maybe you've stamped a background and you want to put a floral on there as well. You could do that. Then we have our beautiful borders. Now, I don't think there's a right or a wrong way for these. I think they could go either way up, but I'm just going to flip that so you can see that it does work both ways. Beautiful. So if you want that sort of lace effect, you've got it. This is another stunner. Look at these. The birds are absolutely beautiful, aren't they? What I like about these as well, you've got the left and you've got the right there. in each of those different birds. So if you want them looking at each other, you can do. Or, again, back to candles. I have a couple of candles on stands in my lounge, and I like, you know, things to sort of face each other, so I could put some beautiful detail onto those candles as well. Now, I've got all sorts of samples here, and I've got lots to work with in demonstration, but just to show you a few different surfaces. This isn't actually MDF. This is actually, it feels like it's got a canvas front to it. So you can see there that the transfers work beautifully. Using an ink around the edge, and then overlaying, you can splatter with your paints and things as well. You can do all those different techniques. The next one, this is grey board. So you can see there again, a porous surface, it doesn't matter, you can still apply those transfers. Then we've got another little canvas here as well. This is a canvas panel. So anything with texture on, it works. It doesn't have to be completely flat. Now we've also got things like ceramic tiles as well, so if you want to use ceramic tiles you can. I think these are more MDF pieces. I think we've got some coasters on the show as well, but they're made to look like ceramic tiles with the glaze over the top. Now we do have a pouring glaze, but you could also use your resins over the top as well, so think about those other materials that you may have in your stash. And then we have a beautiful chopping board for you that's been converted as well, which is lovely. So do think about things that you've got around the home that maybe you're a little bit fed up with. Maybe the colour scheme doesn't work, they're looking a little bit tidy, you want to totally transform them, then you can. Something like this next sample is interesting as well. This is actually a shell. Now that's a bit different, isn't it? So you really can see, there you are, look at that. You really can see that you can apply these transfers onto multiple surfaces, and there are more besides the one I've just mentioned. The only thing I will say before we move on as well is if you want to seal them, it is advisable, especially if it's something, maybe utensils for the kitchen that are going to take a little bit of wear, then there are various different mediums you can seal over the top, which I'll come back to later. Now moving on again, we've got another set for you. Now this next option, completely different to the first one, but same price. This is the vintage home. Now we've got all sorts in this one. If I show you the single sheets, we've got something a little bit seasonal in this one as well. I love this actually. Thinking forwards to the next Christmas, but very vintage. Isn't that beautiful? Really lovely. Remember, any wording, any music notes will be facing the wrong way around because these transfers haven't yet been applied. Then we go a little bit more with the characters. You know, we've got the girls and the boys, the lady there with a hat on, we've got the children playing the piano there, you've got lots of text. If you want to separate these, you can. So for instance, where the clock is, if you wanted to take the text out, you could do. Then the next sheet, we've got more vintage elements there for you. That clock is beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. Gorgeous. You know, I like the mixture of the colour and also the black print there as well. So you've got the florals on the frame. But if you think back to the previous set with those individual florals, you can add your own florals wherever you want by overlaying and building up those designs. The next one, we've got more in the way of vintage, obviously because of this particular bundle. We've got more butterflies. Look at the bee. Bee is one of my favourites. Again, lots more text, flourishes in here as well. We've got utensils that would maybe be in the kitchen or around the home there. Then we're moving on to more script and music notes. The gentleman on this one. You've got the fleur-de-lis on there as well, the gramophone. Every time I look at these, I'm spotting something different. One of my favourites. We had one of those on our front door, that's why I remember it. I loved it. It was a brass one, but my mum used to make me clean it, and I got fed up with it then. Didn't like cleaning it. It took ages to clean. Didn't like it at all. Brass, terrible. What I'd do now, I'd paint over it, you see, with one of those special paints. That's what I'd do. Now, these, again, all in the same selection there. This is a little bit more of a kitchen scene, isn't it? You've got your bread in there as well. Oh dear, it's hilarious what I'm listening to in my ear roll. You've got your croissant there. Janice likes croissants, doesn't she? She brought some in yesterday. Croissants for you there. So great for your kitchen needs. Maybe, you know, for applying onto your tins and your baskets and your boxes for the kitchen. You can use these for whatever you wish. £17.99, 263 226. Then, moving on again, one of my favourite bundles, actually. Oh, can I just show this spoon, actually? Another Oh, they're making me laugh in the gallery. I can't tell you what I'm hearing. Oh, dear. Do you know, I can see... You might understand, talking of bread and kitcheny things, I can see myself in a flat cap with a bicycle going up a hill. Yes, for anybody that remembers the advert. Oh, dear. The Northern Child, yes. There we are. Let's have a look at this bundle. This is one of my favourites. The reason I love this so much is because it's got the florals. They're absolutely beautiful, and you've got larger transfers here as well. So these are perfect for upcycling maybe furniture as well as your canvases, your boards, your bigger items as well. So let's go through these. Beautiful hydrangeas there. I don't know the name of all these flowers, but they're all vintage florals. Look at the butterflies. I love the background of this one as well, with the script and the distress look. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. Oh. That's one of those I'd keep for best. That's got to go on my best project. I love that. It's absolutely beautiful. There we are, more florals again. You see, I can imagine these on the front of a chest of drawers, maybe covering all of the drawers and splitting them where the drawers open. So you've got that continuous look, but you can still use all parts of the drawer case that you've decorated. Then another one there. This also has the smaller elements in it as well. So you've got a nice selection here. Postcards and stamps, more butterflies, still very vintage. Just beautiful. And then this one as well. Look at the postcard at the bottom. Remember, the wording will be the right way round when you do put these transfers down. And there you can see that beautiful cameo, I should say. That would be the best way to describe that one. Lovely. So that's your vintage floral. We've got another beautiful set coming up now as well. And you've got some larger transfers in this one. Now, this is the most popular so far. I am not surprised, I've got to say. Another favourite of mine is this one here. We're just looking at a sample, first of all, actually. This has been put onto a... Do you know, would you believe that pot once had bright orange tulips on it? And I painted it over and applied the transfer and totally transformed it. This is what I mean about looking for things around the home that are a little bit tired or that you don't like the colour scheme of, and totally transforming it. This is beautiful again. Isn't that stunning, that image there with the birds with the nest? Is that a thrush on there? Do they lay blue eggs? Blackbirds have blue eggs, don't they? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is nice as well. Oh, they've got to be in the gallery, that's all I'm going to say. Right, this is another lovely... I've got this on a table. I love the frame of this one as well. This one is also on a table that we've got where the demonstration area is. Yes, a good idea coming from the gallery, actually. An old suitcase. A battered suitcase. Oh, I bet we've got one here somewhere. That would look amazing. Oh, we have. And I can transform it for 9 o'clock. Oh, I'm going to see if we can find that. I'm hearing we might have one somewhere. Another one here with the Paris on there as well. That's the one on front of the plant pot, actually. So you can see these will not just go onto flat surfaces, but also curved surfaces as well. And another beautiful one here is the clock. Again, of course, everything's the wrong way around at the moment. But that is beautiful, isn't it? I did put that on a canvas, but I don't know where the canvas has gone. Now, this is the most popular selection. Again, think because you've got bigger projects to work with, or maybe canvases, you've got really good size A4 sheets there to work with. 263226 is the item number. Now, the vintage postcard option is here. We didn't have this one on the counter. I do have 1 or 2 bits at the demonstration area. This is another favourite of mine because it's everything vintage and you've got really nice sizes to work with. So a lot of those sheets have got 6 different transfers on one sheet. Then we're going to look at something else for you as well, because we've got some Pentart. We've got the glass resin for you. Now, I think it's called glass resin because it looks as clear as glass when it has been used. So you can use this for pouring. It will work in your moulds as well. Combine them together at room temperature, mix them together, and there you are. So that would be great to go over your smaller projects, perhaps. Your MDF, if you want to give it that glazed look, a really handy little set to have. Only £11.99, 935470. Then we have the pouring glaze as well. Now, this is an interesting product because if you haven't seen it before, you can use it. It will dry clear. It looks milky in the pot. You can use it to give that clear finish. It's quite tough as well, but you can also mix things into it. So glitter, your galaxy flakes, you know, so mix it in or pour it over the top of something to seal it in place. So you can add some embellishments and things with that as well. £12.99, 481148. And then we have some acrylic primer for you as well, and this is a huge bottle. I do have one on the desk, so I can show you that. 1,000 millilitres. Is that a litre then? 1,000 millilitres? It is, isn't it? So that is, you can tell how big that is then. £22.99, 358692. Then we've got some extra bits and pieces for you. Construction board. This is one of the 7-day savers. Half price at £9.99. 191035. Another great surface for these transfers, of course, would be MDF, and we've got that for you as well. The 30 square coasters. I've got one or two of these at the demonstration, so I can show you these. £19.99. Wonderful for a lot of those transfers, these 567987. And then we do have the hearts as well, and these are the elongated hearts, more of a folk heart shape. Wonderful, 3 different sizes, £23.99 for 30 of those, 633109. And one more to show you. We have a kilo of assorted shapes. This is really useful. Looking at that, I mean, you might not get exactly what you're seeing on the screen. This is a really, really good bundle. Go for that one at £19.99. You can play away with it to your heart's content with those transfers and the MDF. 709468. Now, I was trying to prep a little bit in between the two shows, which was difficult because I've come from 1 hour straight onto another. So I do apologise for my very messy glass. But that's fine. What do we do with these transfers? How do we apply them to the different surfaces? What else can we apply them to? Well, we've talked about MDF, we've talked about wood, we've talked about ceramics, we've talked about shells, other things, glass. You can apply to glass, you can apply to tin, you can also apply to fabric, which is wonderful. Look at that. It's just a little swatch, but you can apply to your fabrics as well. Now, of course, you can apply straight over your different mediums as well, so your gessos, your paints, if you've been spritzing and spraying, if you've been inking, if you've been painting, all those different things, you can go over the top. So you can build those backgrounds up in the same way that you would normally. Use these on your journal pages if you wish, on fronts of books. It doesn't matter, they will apply to almost every surface, porous or non-porous. Now, I do believe we've had a question in. So this has come from Angie. Angie is asking, what is the difference between resin and the pouring glaze? Actually, there's quite a lot of difference. Resin is, well, it's a much tougher medium, but you do get different types of resin. Pentart, pouring glaze is a water-based product as well. So, you know, it's not as hard wearing, put it that way, as a resin is. Resin will be crystal clear as well, although the pouring glaze does dry clear. Then, of course, because it's milky before you see it clear, it may be not quite as clear as a resin, so it might not pick up the sharpness quite as much. But you can use resin or the pouring glaze for putting glitter in there, your galaxy flakes, you know, sand, all sorts of different things. Those 3D balls that we see from Pentart as well, all those different things can all be mixed into both surfaces. I think it's a little bit easier to clean up with the pouring glaze as well, being water-based. Resin, wear your gloves, not because it's going to hurt you, but because it's very, very sticky. But it depends, again, what surfaces you're applying to. Resin can go onto all sorts of different things. Right, now, when it comes to the transfers, how do we work with them? Let me just grab one from my drawer here. In fact, we'll go with one of the, I think this is the vintage postcard set. We don't have this one on the counter, but we do have the image to show you. Oh, guess what? Somebody's found me a suitcase, can't believe it. Yay! Don't think I'll be able to do it this hour, but come back at 9 o'clock. Oh, we might. Oh, I'm getting moaned at now. No, don't take it. Don't take it. I'll put something on it, I promise. Don't take it away. They're threatening to take it off me. Right, okay. Now, with the transfers that I've got here, with the postcards, you can see, if I just, if I bring this in, you can see these have got a frame around them. Now, sometimes I will cut out very closely to the transfer, but in this case, I'm actually going to work with the square, simply because I'm going to bring in one of the coasters. Now, these are the MDF coasters that we did show you on the still there. These are the Crafty Devil ones. You get a lot for your money as well. So a little bit of paint on there. I've got one that's not got anything on the back side of it. It's just got some paint on there. And you can see that the transfer is pretty much the same size. It might be a little bit big, but that doesn't matter. I'm not going to worry about it. The coasters are 10 centimetres, so each of those squares are good size. So in this case, I'm not going to cut around the transfer because it's quite a fiddly one to cut round as well, and you want to get as close as possible. Now, there's different ways of working with this, so I'm going to show you one way first of all, and then we're going to move on to a different way of applying. Now, what you will get when you've cut the transfers out is a film. and you must take that film away. If you forget to do this and you soak the transfer in water, what will happen is the transfer sticks to the film. If you ever forget to do that, and I did it a couple of times the first time I worked with these, don't throw them away. You can still use that film. You could stick it down with maybe a gel medium. You could use it like an acetate, yeah, put it onto a card front, so do not waste it. But if you want to apply to your surface, that film needs to come away. Now I would suggest, and of course I didn't bring any, I would suggest having a pair of tweezers. Try not to use your fingertips onto the surface any more than you need to. It's fine, I can get away without it, but there is a tackiness there now. Now the first way I'm going to show you how to use this is to soak this in a bowl of water. Now I do need to really be counting, so it's 30 seconds. I'm looking at our clock, or somebody's going to tell me 30 seconds. And while we're counting 30 seconds, I'm going to give you some details. Somebody else is counting for me, I do hope. 567987 is the item number. For the coasters, $19.99 is the price, and you are getting 30. Now I don't know if you can see the bowl here. I think you can. It kind of curls up when you first put it in there, but now it's almost unravelling. If you leave this to soak too long, then you may find that the transfer comes away from the backing. So be careful. It's better to under-soak it than over-soak it. Oh, I've dropped it back in. There we are. Right, okay. So I'm going to now take this from the bowl, and I'm going to lay that over the top of my coaster. Remember, this is booing me in the gallery. Would you believe it? Do your emails in studio@hochanda.com. That's what I think. I'll tell on them. I'll tell on them, booing at me. Now, I would recommend using a sponge or a soft cloth or something. So I'm just going to use a sponge just to sort of wipe over the surface of this. Now, if I just start to slide the backing of this, let's hope, watch now, look, just pull that away, slide it away, and straight away you can see, I didn't get it very central, but never mind. Now let that dry. Don't try and mess with that now. There's no air bubbles in there or anything. It's gone down nice and flat. I took out any air bubbles by brushing over with the sponge. Let that dry. Don't play with it while it's got any moisture on it. Then you can seal that over. If you're using these as coasters to put your cups on, I would recommend sealing with a Mod Podge that will take heat. There's all sorts of different ones. The pouring glaze, it probably would mark with the heat. I think when you put a hot cup on there, it may mark. So I probably wouldn't recommend the pouring glaze if you're putting heat on there. Resin, yes, if you've got the appropriate resin. But I think Mod Podge would be fine, to be quite honest with you, just to protect that surface. So that's one way of working with the transfers. And hopefully you notice there as well that the writing is now the right way around, because, of course, we've reversed the whole process. So that's one way of working with the transfers. Another one, I'm going to bring in, what should we go with next? Let's go with a candle next. So wax. These will go onto your wax surface. Now, there is another way of applying, of course, those transfers. So let's find, should we go for one of the butterflies, I think? Let's grab a butterfly. Let's just get this out of the packet. Now, the butterfly is one of my favourites. So this time, because we've got lots of butterflies on one sheet, I can't cut a square out, and I don't want to anyway. We'll go with, let's go for this pretty one in the middle. I'm just going to roughly cut this out first of all, just to take it out of the sheet. This is a tortoise shell, I believe, this butterfly. I believe it is. Right, now, I could work with it like that, but there's quite a lot of the outside edge. And although you don't really see it, if you've got a transfer that you can cut round quite closely, you don't have to go right up to the line, I wouldn't suggest that. Give a little bit of a border. Just trim away what you can. I think depending on the colour that you're putting the transfer onto, if it's a light background, you're probably not going to see the edge of it hardly at all. A darker background, you're probably going to see it a little bit more. So that's where I think if you can, you want to try and cut a little bit closer. So I'm not going very close to the antennae because obviously I don't want to cut those off, and they're very, very fine. So I'm just going to work my way around this one. And I think I'm going to dunk this one in the water again. I think I'm going to soak it. I think I might find it a little bit easier, but then there is another way you can apply without soaking in the water bowl as well, which we'll do on a different surface. I think we'll do that maybe on the suitcase, if it's not been stolen. It's still there. Phew. I'm going to ask our gallery which transfer they want me to use on the suitcase. The New York one. Right, okay. Now, butterfly, I could put that in any position that I wish there, but I must remember to take away that clear film. There we are. And again, I'm just going to pop that into my water, and somebody is going to count 30 seconds for me. Got a pair of tweezers here as well. So because that's a smaller piece, obviously, it's curled up quite tightly. It might start to unravel, but if it doesn't, it won't stick to itself. You will be able to unravel it quite easily. Oh, halfway through, 15 seconds. Details on the screen for your vintage postcards. You've got 263226 as an item number. You are getting 6 sheets, but numerous different elements. Right, okay. Now, my little butterfly has unravelled quite well, actually. I'm trying just to grab the edge with the tweezers, and then I'm still going to go with my fingers, which probably is a little bit backwards, but there we are. Now I can see straight away the backing of this one is already, without even barely touching it, it's starting to slide away, but I am just going to very gently just wipe over with the sponge just to make sure there's no air in there. Look at that. Look at that. That is beautiful. How quick and easy is that? And you really can't see the edge of that transfer, can you? Look at that. You can see the antennae. Let me go to the front camera now. Look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous. So a very easy way to decorate up your candles as well. Right, let's do something a little bit different with the transfer before I go on to the suitcase. What am I going to go with next? Shall we go with the fabric? I've got just a scrap of fabric here. I know it's not very tidy, but if you cut something out and you wanted maybe a little bag to put something in, put some toiletries in there, maybe some tea bags or something, a little gift like that, then you can do. Let me find, should we go with a colour or a black and white one? Let's go with, oh, I'm being told what to go with. Let's go with this one. I think this one may be from the vintage postcards again. I did ask. Now again, depending on how you want to work with this, you can cut closely to the transfer, or you could use, if you've got the squares that I've got here, you could cut them out using the framework. I think I'm going to just cut around this one a little bit. Okay, so again, I'm not going to get really, really tight into those leaves, so you don't really see that edge again. But let's just give a little bit of a cut around this one. Again, this one has got a word on it. We've got dream. So you can see it looks back to front at the moment because we've got to put the transfer face down. And the birds, whichever way they're facing, will go the other way. Now, I'm just going to ask our lovely people in the gallery, the New York transfer that you want me to put on the suitcase, which collection is it in? The last one. I may have to pinch one of the samples from the back of the counter because I don't think I've got that one. And then we'll have a look at the suitcase. Right, okay. Now, I'm being asked a question as well. If you want to take these transfers off, can you take them off quite simply? If you haven't sealed over the top and you don't like what you've done, then you would be able to scrub that away. I would use some soapy water and a scourer and give that a scrub. You can give them a distress look with sandpaper as well if you wanted to sort of take away the edges, if you didn't want it so clean. That's another option for you as well. But yes, once you've sealed it over, obviously you're going to have trouble then taking it off. But if it's on maybe a piece of home decor, you could just paint over the top and change it. So with this one, I am going to use the transfer as I've got it here. Take this film off again, and this time I'm not putting this into the water. I'm going to put this face down directly onto the fabric. So I'm going to use the sponge, get some nice water on the sponge, and then I'm just going to soak the back. So you can do it this way. You don't have to go with a bowl of water. You can just work with the transfer and a sponge. Now you can see how that's starting to come through, so you have to really, really soak this. Obviously, if you're using a fabric, it's got to be a fabric that you don't mind getting wet. I wouldn't suggest sticking these through the washing machine. You can seal the fabric as well. The transfers onto the fabric with maybe, again, a Mod Podge would work, or some sort of fabric glue or something like that that's watered down, or a PVA that's been watered down. You could seal over the top. Now you can start to see all of the print coming through here, so I know it's really starting to soak through the background, or the back film there. Now I won't be able to slide this quite as easily, and I've got to be a little bit more careful with this one because I want to make sure that I have soaked that enough. So I'm just going to look at, I can see there, if I peel that back, it's not enough, so we'll just keep soaking that a little bit more. I really want this wet. Okay, so I would suggest using more of a natural sort of fabric as well, a linen or a calico or a cotton. Let's see if that's now enough. There we are. Now it's starting to come away. So if I just peel that away, obviously we've got to let the fabric dry. And there we are. You've got that. Yeah, denim would work. Denim would look good. Obviously you need to really let that dry. That is absolutely saturated, that fabric. You could apply by dipping that into the water if you want, but I think you've got a little bit more control using the sponge. So we'll put that to one side as well. What else can we go on? I am working up to the box, to the suitcase actually, but we have also got something like this here. Now I've borrowed this from the set dressing. I was allowed to use it. I did give it a fresh coat of paint actually. There's a little bit of mist there as well. Now what I'd like to do with this one, I'm going to do something a little bit different before I put the transfer on. This has already had some grackle glaze or some sort of texture on there. I don't know if you can see it. It looks very rough, doesn't it? But that doesn't mean we can't put transfers on it. So we can do that as well. But what I really like is, one of my favourite techniques is to dry brush. So I'm just going to get my favourite brush. My favourite brush. Look at my brush. This is my best ever brush. Seriously. I have used it a lot. This is why it's my favourite brush. This is my dry brushing brush. So I'm just going to dip into a lighter colour, and then I'm going to take off some of the paint there. Now this is a very pale grey, it's almost white, and I'm just going to rub over the top here. So I'm going to give it that kind of distressed look, and the rougher that the surface is, the more this is going to pick up on those areas. So it's going to give me a really, really nice textured look. Just get a little bit more paint. You mustn't go on with a really wet brush. You want to really dry brush this on. I always take some off onto a surface, some cardboard or something like that. So you'll start to see that surface come through. It's almost like stone. So it's a really lovely look. So we're turning what was a very, very tatty little basket into something that looks a little bit more vintage perhaps with the colour. Do you know, another thing I like to do as well is just catch the edges with the brush. A little bit like using your distress inks and bringing out or framing it. Or you could do it with a darker colour and put a shadow on there as well. But I just think it gives it a really, really nice effect. Now you can really see that texture, can't you? If I just show this to the front camera so we can see that. There we are. So it does make a difference. If I turn it around to the other side so you can see the difference, that's how it started, apart from the white blood on that, but there we are. So it gives it a completely different look. Then we'll go with the transfer on this one. So what shall we go with on this one? I wonder. Let's have a look what we've got. I'm not going to go with a square one. Oh, the florals. See, most of mine that I've got spare, I've got the... Oh, I'll tell you what we could go with. We could go with a border, couldn't we? Shall we put a border on this one? Across the top. Now you do get a couple of each design as well. So let's go with this larger one. See, this will span right across the top. These are really nice. Now what you can also do as well, if you've got any of the transfers that haven't got any colour in there and you want to add colour, you can use your... I wouldn't use alcohol pens, I'd use a water-based pen. Something like the Karen pens would be very good. So you can do that as well and colour in. Actually, you can use alcohol pens because I have done before, but just be a little bit careful. Make sure the transfer is nice and dry. I know I've used some of the butterflies before that haven't got colour on and coloured the wings in, and that's worked very well. So again here I'm just kind of working, not particularly closely to the edge, but I'm taking off any excess that I don't need. And because the surface is quite rough, it doesn't mean that it's not going to work. We can still put this on there. Now I am taking away the edge just on that straight edge there, because I'm going to join these together. Hopefully they will match perfectly, near enough. We can cross it over or cut a bit off if we need to. Okay, so I think with these I'm going to soak these ones again, so we might have to wait or count for 30. Do you know, I don't know if we've got any of our videos that last 30 seconds. Are they longer than that? Oh, they're too long. That's a shame. That's a shame. Never mind, we'll just have to count instead, won't we? Count. Count. Yes. The last time I had these transfers on, we had Paula presenting, and it was wonderful because she counted in Spanish, so it was wonderful. Okay, right, now this is the tricky thing, because I want to use both of these, but I can't take them both out at the same time, so I'm going to put one in, and we're going to start counting now. If somebody lets me know when it's 15 seconds, then I'll pop the other one in. And while we're doing this, while these are soaking, we'll have a look on the website as well, because you've got all these different options for the transfer sheet. So let's have a look at the different options here as well. As we're looking at that, I can't give details as well as count, but I can tell you the item codes are all at the top of the screen there. I've just put my second transfer in. I can remember which is which. I don't want them to move. Right, the first one's coming out, the second one's still in there, but I've got to be quite quick with it. Oh, right, I'm going to place on the first one, and then I think I'm going to have to take the next one out before I even reveal that one. Let's take that one out. Now I can't see if I can match the pattern up because I wasn't paying attention. Never mind. Okay, so I'm very carefully just going to put that there and hope it's all right, because I want to see if I can match this. Let's put this one on first. So use the sponge. It's a bit too wet from the fabric. Let's just smooth that down. Just make sure there's no air bubbles in there. Oops, there we go. There we are. There's one. And this one, let's hope it's not stuck to the counter now. I don't know if I can actually match this up. I should have cut some off beforehand, but never mind. Let's try and overlay it. Might be a little bit off, but we'll go with it. Top tip that I've not done is I would cut this down to size before you soak it. Why waste any? But I haven't done that, but that's fine because I can take it around the corner. And straight away you can see that that backing is just going to slide away again. Let me just make sure there's no air in there. There we are. Let's just peel that off. Now, I wouldn't normally suggest moving it now, but I can see if I'd have cut that off there, I could have matched up that pattern perfectly. You can overlay it. I'm going to put a butterfly on there. You know what they say, don't you? If in doubt, stick a butterfly on it. Do you know, I wonder if I could cut that off and save that bit. I don't know. I'm very, very careful and put that back on there. I might be able to reuse that. Definitely needed a little bit off there to match that pattern, but we will put something on there. Don't move that anymore with my fingertips because it might stick. Okay, so there we are. We've got, of course, that lovely border going across there. Let's go with the butterfly because I want to show you how to layer up. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Oh, I can't find a butterfly. It disappeared somewhere. Let's go with a bird instead. Oh, we've got a little bird on here. Oh, actually, shall we go with these flowers? They might look quite nice. Let's just, again, just quickly cut around here. Oh, I've still got the suitcase to do, haven't I? You see, if I was at home, I'd have done all sorts of clever things with that suitcase. If it was mine, I'd have maybe put some decoupage papers on it first. I would have stenciled on it. I'd have stamped on it. I'd have sprayed it, painted it. I'd have done all sorts of wonderful things and then put the transfer on. Okay, I'm hoping that that will show up on there. So let's take the film off before I soak this. And I am going to soak it in the water. I don't want to be rubbing where the transfers are here. So it's another 30 seconds, I'm afraid. Somebody's counting. £17.99 is the price of the postcards, the vintage postcards, item number 263226. You get 6 sheets as well. There are so many different elements with the postcards. I think all of those sheets possibly are split into 6 as well. We've got 10 seconds left to go. Another tip that I haven't done that I will give, keep your transfers away from your water, because even when you've got the film covering them, if you do get water on the back end, it will sort of bring that off. Right, okay, so let's grab the transfer. If you do soak in the water and you find that you've not soaked it long enough, don't worry. Once you've applied it to your project, just get a damp sponge and go over the top. Now that is a little bit of the wrong colour possibly for what I've done there, but it's a little bit dark on dark, isn't it? But you can see how you can start to build it. I do want to find a butterfly and put on there, I think that'll look a lot better. Do you know, I'm going to continue building up and working on this one through to the next show, and we'll see what we end up with. But, do you know, 9 o'clock is the next time. We've still got loads of other surfaces we haven't put on as well. Shall we just go to, while I tidy up, while I get my suitcase ready as well, we'll go to Leonie and she'll tell us all about freedom.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Thank you, Leonie. Look, I've got my battered suitcase now, and ta-da! This is the same transfer, actually, that I've put on the table in the front. I don't know if you can see that. A little occasional table, so lovely on your upcycle furniture. That was a very battered brown table when it started. The tin is one that Paula donated to me. She gives me a tin, a coffee tin, so that's got a transfer on the front. And the plate was just a plain white plate that I've used mouldings around the edge and put a transfer in the centre as well. It wasn't like that, it was just a plain white plate. But it could have been any colour because I've painted it over. Right, now this one, I'm thinking, do I go with the sponge and soak this, or do I soak it in the bowl? I think I'm probably going to soak this one in the bowl. I think it's easier, and I like the reveal of when you take the backing away as well. Now we have got a battered suitcase here. If this was mine, I would possibly, do you know, we have got a bit of a label here as well. I don't know, but no, I might leave that actually. It adds to the vintage look, and I haven't got time to take it off, but anyway, we'll see. We'll see. I am going to cut this around the edge a little bit. I could have gone with the whole of this sheet, but I think the more you lose of that background, the less you are likely to see it, especially on a darker background. Now, seriously, if I was at home and I'd got something like this, I probably would have given it, you know, some sort of paint effect on it, or I would have gone with a decoupage sheet. You can do all those different things. Your rice papers, these transfers will go over your rice papers. They will go over all sorts of different surfaces. But do you know what? I've only got what I can work with, so we're just going to go with it. Okay, so most important thing is to remember to take the film off. Yeah, I'm not going to get that label off, so we'll just work with it. So take the film off first, and I will soak, so that means we've got to count again. So we'll go to 30 seconds again. We'll really sort of dunk that under the water. You'll see it curling again. It'll probably curl to a point, and then it'll start to unravel a little bit. So I'm so pleased somebody's counting for me. I can't talk and count. I can multitask, but I can't count and talk at the same time. Not very easily, anyway. Now, while I'm waiting for that, I don't know how long I've got, just some of the MDF pieces here. These are the Crafty Devil shapes. We've got the hearts there as well. Just again, simple transfer on there. Right, we're going to take the transfer out. Now the important thing now is to try and get this as central as possible, because once it's down and it's stuck down, you're not really able to sort of fiddle about with it. I'm hearing to my right, might be too late. I'm not going to move that because it's got that label underneath. Right, okay, so do you know another tip that I would do? You can see straight away that back is moving. It's wanting to just slide away straight away. If you've cut a shape out before you put it into the water, I would maybe mark on your piece with a pencil where you want to lay it. That would be a really good way of doing that. But look, just pull that away. Oh, I wish that label wasn't there, but never mind. And because that's a darker background, you have got kind of that vintage look. But I think, do you know, am I allowed to paint this for 9 o'clock? Whose is it? Oh, I really, really want to paint that. That is the exact same transfer as the one on the table. Look at the difference between... Do you see, I want to paint it, distress the edges. Do you know, Janice has got a double. I could do this. Yeah, it could go in the manor set. I'm going to get permission. I'm going to seek permission, and I'm going to do this again. You must come back at 9 o'clock to see if I've got permission. But just to show again the difference, I mean, there is water on there, so that will dry out a little bit more. And it depends on the look that you want. But personally, I prefer it on the lighter background because I think you can see the details so much more clearly. But what a great project to work on. Oh, yes. Fingers crossed. Permission. Right. I'm going to put that. I'm not going to put any more transfers on it in case it gets transformed. Right. Something else we haven't shown you, though, is tin. Because I'm talking about different surfaces. We've got tin, we've got ceramic, we've also got shaped glass jars as well. So vases, anything that's kind of got a curve to it or a shape into it you can do as well. So let's go with something on the tin first of all. What shall we go with on this one? I'm just looking to see if there's anything in that suitcase. There might be secret treasures in there. What shall we go with on this one? Let's go with one of these. Now I'm going with, I think this is from our first bundle actually. This is the flowers all around. Now I love this one because again I'm going to cut quite closely, but there is kind of, you know when you've gone with your distressing, I'm going to take the butterfly off with this one as well. Let's put the butterfly in there. You could use it separately, but it's quite nice to work that in. Okay. Also, if you are cutting into your transfers and you've got bits of text, I'll show you a sample in a minute where I have used just scraps as well. So don't ever waste anything, nothing at all. Now, the reason I've left this area here, there's kind of it's almost as though there's some sort of ink or spray in the background there, which may or may not pick up too well, but I'm going to leave it on there. But what I love about this is metal. You've got that ridge running around it as well, so it doesn't mean that you can't put your transfers over that as well. So let's take the film off again. It is a little bit dark for you to be able to see this on the camera, maybe. What's 40% gone, or almost? The postcard option, very busy. Remember with the postcards, let's show you that, because this is the one where you're getting all those different elements on one sheet. So you've got 6 individual pieces. You can cut those out of squares or cut them separately. The flowers all around is another lovely option. We've got the borders in there. Those beautiful butterflies are in there as well. If you like the colour, there's quite a lot more colour in that one. You've also got a little bit of Christmas in there, vintage Christmas, which is beautiful. Vintage home, you've got kind of the coffee cups in there as well. You've got florals in there. We've got, oh, these are beautiful. These are the ones, the vintage floral and the vintage travel are the ones that I would probably keep for the larger projects and maybe the upcycling as well. Now, I do apologise in advance if you can't see this very well because it's a grey tin and I'm not allowed to paint over this one, I do know. So again, we've soaked that. Always use your sponge. Now, because this is very slippery, that back, I can tell straight away it wants to come right away. Kind of hold that down with one finger or a couple of fingers and work from the inside outwards, just in case it's unlikely you're going to get air bubbles, but just in case you get any crinkles or air bubbles. And then, when you're happy, it is a case of just pulling that off, you know, just sliding it away. Just sliding it away like that. Now, there is quite a lot of water on there, but that will dry out. And what I'm going to do, I'm not going to do it now at the moment because it's too wet and I might drag this, but as that starts to dry out, I will be able to sort of work that in there as well. Now, you can see where I've left that border on there, but there is kind of an ink print in there, which is quite nice. If you do find you've got any wrinkles or any bubbles, don't throw away straight away your film and make sure you don't get the paper side down, you get the shiny side down. You can feel it's got a glossy surface, and just put that back over the top and give it another little wipe over with a sponge. Don't rub it hard, that's the last thing you want to do. Don't scrub away at it, just a light rub over the top, and then you can take that away again. But we'll let that dry. Now what I would probably do with this one, because of the nature of the tin, it looks quite white, doesn't it, on there, how that's come out. That will dry. What I would probably do with this one when it's dry is take some sandpaper and sand away the edge to soften that edge, and you will lose that. If I can find some sandpaper, I'll do that for 9 o'clock as well, so you can see that. Or you could dry brush over that with your paint as well. Now we haven't got much time left. We'll be able to see all these at 9 o'clock actually, see how they've dried out. The glass jar. Love upcycling glass. Always a popular choice because everybody has glass jars that they can reuse. So let's go for maybe one of the flowers this time. This one must be, this is one of the coloured ones, so it must be, I think it might be in our first bundle. The flowers all around. So again, we've got lots of elements on one sheet. Should we just go for that little rose? No, I'm going to go for this one here. I like this one. Now I've changed my mind. I'm thinking I've gone for this one and it's too big. Let's have a look. It is a bit big, isn't it? Let's go for, I know, we'll go for this. They're booing me again. They're booing me in the gallery. Would you believe it? I'll go. That might work quite nice because it'll go all around the edge. Do you know what I used to say every day? Oh, I love coming to work. I love coming to work to get abuse from the gallery every day. It's marvellous. It's absolutely fantastic. Oh dear, I really do wish I could repeat everything I hear. I'm not allowed. No, I'm not. I'm not allowed, unfortunately. Now with this one, again, look, I love the little splatters on there. That was going onto card. I would definitely leave those on, or a surface that's maybe porous, a canvas or something like that. Then I would go over the top with more splatters, you know, with paint. I'd absolutely splatter it with paint as well. So you're building up those layers again. I think I'm going to go with the sponge on this one. So it's slightly tacky, but it is shaped. Okay, we haven't got long left, so let's see if I can get this back to come off there. So it will hold, you can see, because it's a shaped jar. It will hold. Let's get the sponge. I'm going to get this quite wet. Do you know, you could probably, because this is glass, I could probably dunk the jar into the water. Shall we try that? I've never done this before, so it may or may not work. I'm being brave. Right. I need to make sure that will just pop to the surface if I don't hold it down. Somebody's counting, don't worry. I wonder how many people at home are watching and counting as well. Check your baskets out, everybody. Don't forget, let me just go through again, just some of the surfaces. Ceramic, terracotta, metal, glass, wood, MDF, fabric, canvas. What else can I think of? Wax, the candles, don't forget that wonderful candle. Let me just show you the candle again there. Now it's dried out a little bit more. That is beautiful, isn't it? I love the butterflies. Butterflies are in the first bundle, if you want those as well. Absolutely gorgeous. That's the flowers all around. So again here, because I've got a little bit of shaping, I've got to be a bit more careful that there's no air bubbles in there, but hopefully, we can start to slide that away now. There we go. There it is. Oh, I like that. Look at that. Oh, if you'd made some jam or pickle, how lovely would that look? I like that a lot. Oh, I'm going to find a special place for that. I really do like that. And when it's dried out, that look even better as well. So, how much luck? We haven't got long left, have we? Let's go through the options again. Should we do another counter run? Shall we do that? First of all, we might not be able to go down the whole counter, but the postcards you've got there, you can see, this is your postcard, the most popular option. Nearly half the stock has gone. So make sure you check your baskets out on that one. We've got, of course, the vintage home as well. which is another lovely option actually, especially if you want to do things for your kitchen perhaps. Flowers all around. You've got lots of colour in that one. You've got black and white images, but you've also got the colour in there as well. Beautiful. Then we have, of course, the vintage floral and the travel. These are my favourites, my personal favourites, simply because I love upcycling furniture and bigger projects, and I think these are perfect for it as well. Right, okay, so 1 or 2 more samples that I've just picked up from the back as well. Think about your MDF again. Think about all those little boxes. It doesn't have to be MDF, it could be anything. Old books. If you've got books on your shelf, you can redecorate, paint the covers, put rice papers on. Again, your transfers over the top. The butterflies, beautiful. Using all your different paint techniques, different styles of paints, your acrylics, your antiquing creams and all those different things will work as well. A reminder that you can make your tiles as well, or your coasters. This does have resin on it. You can see the glaze on there. Do remember, if you're wanting a surface that's going to take some knocks, you are best protecting these transfers, whether it be a PVA glue that you paint over the top, a gel medium, perhaps you could seal it with that, the decoupage glues. I don't know why I'm holding that because it's got nothing on it. Here's a bottle. One of my favourite things, you see, using your moulds as well. Think about using your moulds to frame all those transfers. Amazing to work with. And again, we've got another candle here as well. I mean, this is totally covered. Look at that. Totally covered. Oh, I did say as well, I'd show you a sample. When I've cut into the transfers and I've just had tiny little scraps, I've used them on a piece of MDF in the background. So these are mixed up from all different sets. So don't waste anything. That's the same paint effect that I did on that basket as well, on that wooden, what do they call those? Those crates with the dry brushing, which looks really, really effective. Oh, back again at 9 o'clock. I'm going to see if I can get permission now to paint a suitcase. Hopefully. Come back at 9 o'clock and see if it works, and we'll see how everything's been drying out as well. But more coming up. Cannot wait for the one-day special. That's coming up next. Stay with us. Matthew Palmer's here. Menu coming up. Here he is. It's Matthew Palmer, the one-day special, along with Johnny. Someone should be painting along. Then we've got Sunday Savers, and then back with Matthew at 8 o'clock.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Calling all crafters, this is a Hochanda announcement. We would like to inform you that our Hochanda buying crew have been busy searching for incredible brand new products and show ideas to inspire and stimulate all your crafty senses. So, watch out for Rosie's Designs, Stitching Finger Kits, Janie's Originals, Emmeline Bags, Counting the Stars, Beck Makes, Bergen and Bath, Gale Pan Designs, and Penguin Palace. We will be checking in our latest new product arrivals from 6 p.m. on Thursday the 21st of January. Gates close at 6 p.m. on Wednesday the 27th of January. So, join us on board flight Hochanda Air for our new arrivals event.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and we're really excited to still be working with you guys here on Hochanda. We were there from the very, very beginning, and we're still bringing you lots of really exciting soft crafts. We design and manufacture all of our kits and all of our fabrics here in the UK, and we love bringing them to you. So if you're an experienced sewer or you're just starting out in soft crafts and sewing, join us. There's tips and fabrics for everybody. Make sure you don't miss our shows and come and craft yourself silly on Hochanda.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Oh, good evening, everyone. We've got a launch of a brand new one-day special. Oh my goodness. Do you know what? We've already started selling on the website. It's brand new, and I'm very, very proud to say that we're launching it here on Hochanda for the very, very first time. Not only do you get these fantastic brushes that have been designed by Matthew, but you're also getting a DVD as well, filmed by Matthew, back in November for the one-day special. So not only will you get these fantastic brushes, but you'll also get the DVD to take you through it. But of course, the one-day special is here for 24 hours. We have live shows, 2 tonight. We also have 3 tomorrow, and you can watch those shows on Rewind as well. So when you get your brushes home and you start to get all creative, you'll be able to watch Matthew and paint along. Shall we say hello to the man himself? Good evening, Matthew.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Are you excited?
Very, I'm shaking.
Oh,
and I've even got goosebumps as well.
do you know something?
That's how excited I am.
I've done many shows with you, and I've seen you here at Hochanda many times. But tonight, it's the first time that I've actually seen you quite nervous.
Yes, I'm sweating and everything. Can you tell in my face that I'm nervous?
No, it's because
I'm relaxed because I'm going to paint in a minute.
These are your brushes, aren't they?
Yes,
so you must
they
be
are.
very, very proud of these.
Yes.
Can you tell us about the brushes?
Absolutely.
Because, yeah.
So I've been itching to bring these to you guys, the Hochanda viewers, for a long time. So these are the brand new brushes, and like you said, these are a launch. We're launching these here today on television for the first time. So we've got the brand new Fantastics. What a name that is! Fantastic brushes, a set of 3 fan-shaped brushes, but these aren't ordinary brushes. These are designed to replicate some of the most complicated elements in nature, but also nice for things like animals as well. So with these 3 brushes, the small, the medium, the large, you can do, well, you're surrounded by some examples what you can do.
Yeah,
you really are.
I certainly am. I mean, these paintings are just amazing. And to know that the brushes that we've got for sale tonight for you at home, along with that DVD, you are going to be able to reproduce paintings and elements within your paintings just like this. Maybe before you've thought, I'd love to do some feathers, I would love to do some trees, I'm not quite sure how to do the waterfall, for example. Now with the brushes, I think if you've got the right brushes, the right techniques, you can do anything. Doesn't matter what your ability or capability is, the right brushes with the right direction, you too can produce some amazing scenes like this. And I've got some more samples to show you as well. Now, the detail for the brushes are at the bottom of the screen, £23.95 if you want to go for those alone. But why would you when you're one day special? You're saving £10 for an extra £6. You're getting that fantastic DVD as well. And with the DVD, you've got 45 minutes, is it, Matthew?
It is, 45 minutes. It's a complete how to use these brushes in your pictures, and even complete pictures as well.
I love that. Do you know what? I could just watch you for hours. And when you see things start to appear in front of your very eyes, and then you take a step back and you look at the landscapes and you say to yourself, I did that. And you look at the animals and the different feathering on the birds and different aspects in nature, like your grasses. You'll stand back and you go, I did that. You'll be really, really proud. I mean, these paintings are incredible. And these are examples of how you can use the brush to build up and create that sea and the foam, the seahorses there at the top. Isn't that absolutely stunning? Again, if you've got the right brush, you can produce paintings like this. Let me take you through some more examples, because I've got some here, some inspiration for you. We've got this beautiful sunset just there, and you can see with the palm trees as well. Have you used the brush to make the actual palms?
Yeah, so exactly. So those brushes would paint those clouds with the two colours as well, and the palm trees and the grasses and the stippling and the horizontal ripples in the water, because what makes these brushes special is that it's not just a standard fan brush. What it is, it's a brush that's made up of different lengths, so it's almost it's a bit like a hedgehog kind of shape, if that makes sense, and it's very spiky on the tip, so you can produce lots of random lines and shapes very easily without no effort whatsoever.
Now, we were talking earlier about the brushes. We don't have to be too careful with these. We can actually give them quite a bit of pressure onto the paper. We're going to have a demonstration in a moment's time about that. So do bear that in mind. I just want to show you another painting. I've got them all here. Let me just pick this one up carefully and place that there. Look at this. That's stunning with the fireworks. And this is an effect that you can make using the brush, but also this painting here of the snow leopard. This is amazing, Matthew.
So when it comes to doing animal fur, and animals are a big part of what I paint, and people that have watched me paint in the past know that I love painting the animal portraits and pictures with animals in, but fur can be difficult. So about 2 years ago, when I first sat down with a design company to put these brushes together, I had the idea to do this. I went to them, and this is what we came up with. It was a brush to do animal fur, but that then led into a full range of 3 brushes that's for animal fur, flowers, skies, waterfall, the ocean, crashing waves. These are, without question, the most versatile brushes that we've come up with in all these years.
I cannot wait to see the demonstrations. I do need to tell you, though, almost 20% of the stock is gone. That's your brushes and the DVD. You've got your 3 brushes, your DVD, £29.95. What an incredible deal. 915573. I don't want anyone missing out. I know we're going to have a busy launch, and of course people can still continue to buy overnight as well. So if you're thinking I'll leave it until tomorrow, I would think again. I'm being told we're very, very busy. But we are going to head to Matthew. We are going to see a demonstration. So watch in wonderment as the things appear before your very eyes. Let's have a look, Matthew. What are we going to do?
So it's nice and exciting when it comes to bringing new brushes to a channel. There's always a nice buzz around it when we're doing this kind of thing. And it's been a couple of years since we've seen anything new, in fact longer. So this has been something we've been working on for a long time. I reckon, that's a great Derbyshire word, reckon. I reckon it's been a couple of years in the making before we've actually got here with these new brushes. So it's exciting. But remember, here exclusively we've got the brushes and the DVD as well, so it's giving you the tuition, because if you just give somebody a set of brushes and say, there you go, you're like, well, what do I do with this? But we're giving you the DVD as well, and you can watch back all these shows as well. So what I'd like to do first is do a couple of quick examples of things you can do with the brush, little sort of standalone like trees and things, and then we'll move into a painting, I think. Okay, so I've got the 3 brushes here. I want to use the medium one. If we take a look at the 3, we can see, I'll put them in the right order. So you've got your small, medium and large. Now, as well as them getting bigger, they also get wider at the top. So as it gets larger, it gets thicker, which means that this one, the large one, is great for stippling things like you can see, I don't know if you can see this picture here at the side of me of the, in fact I can bring it onto the screen actually, onto the easel. You can see these beautiful individual leaves in the bluebells, the trees, and for the flowing water. So these brushes would feature heavily, but just think how complicated it seems to somebody to produce this kind of work. Having the right tools really makes it easier. So let's have a little look at painting a very quick tree.
Our producer's just actually said, I wish I could do that. But do you know something, Matthew? It's right. When you have the right brushes, you will be able to achieve it.
It is. It makes sense, yeah. And we've got quite a lot of brushes that I've designed and have been manufactured by the SA. I've been very lucky over the past kind of 15 years working with them guys, you know, and producing tools. And these are the latest ones. These are just making things so much easier, so much more versatile. So if we dampen the brush, now in the palette here I've got all the colours. Now all these colours are available as well via the pick and mix. I'll mention that to you now, folks, okay? So if I take this brush and I pop some natural green light on one side of the brush, now because this brush is quite spiky, it's designed to be very much a spiky brush, what we can easily do with this brush is we can load up two colours. Now I don't know whether you can see that. You can see it's got one half light and one half dark green, okay? Now if we're doing a very quick summer tree, we can lay the brush flat to the paper, and that curve, and look at the random spiky edge, what we're talking about. 90% of the fan brushes, in fact all the fan brushes that you buy, are very thin and have a perfect dome shape. This one doesn't. Lay it flat and just twist from side to side.
The sizes for the brushes, 40mm for the larger one, 30mm for the medium one, and 20mm in width for the smaller one. Oh my word.
And just look how it's given shadow and perfect shape, but we can take it further, because if we stipple the brush, if we give the brush a wee little bit of a stipple, it starts to go spiky. Now remember, the larger brush is the widest one, but even this one you can just pop in a few little, you know, just give it a bit of a stipple. It gives individual leaf, as you can see, which is really quite effective. But it's nice how you can just do a tree that easy. But if you look at a tree once it's been painted, you think to yourself, well, how am I going to do that, you know? And these make it easier. But what I want to do now is just grab a plastic card or a palette knife you could use for this, and we can actually scrape in, you know, we can put a few branches in this thing as well. Because the paint's quite thick here, it's quite easy to remove a little bit of colour. Now in a summer tree, you don't see a great deal of branches, but a few is quite nice. And then if you've got a brush, the smaller one of the fan brushes, which we've got here, and I want to take another colour. Let's take some natural brown here, for example. Again, all these colours are available on Pick and Mix, but if you bought any colours from here in the past from myself, then you're probably geared up, to be fair. Just going to pop.
The details, Matthew, for the pick and mix are at the bottom of the screen. £15.99. You choose any three, 679,967. But we also have the palette that Matthew is using as well, and it's a really, really good wipeable, reusable palette to get, with those different trays in there so that you can start mixing. And the price for that, we'll put it at the bottom of the screen. If you want to, oh sorry, the side of the screen, beg your pardon, £9.95, saving £3 on that deal. That is superb and well worth getting, isn't it, Matthew?
It is. It's a palette, again, designed by me. You know, it makes the process easier. It's called an Easy Clean palette because it's got a coating that you can wipe clean.
Oh, right.
Now, I'm still using the same one that I've had for about 5 or 6 years in my studio at home, and that gets a lot of hammer, and it still wipes clean. I've popped the grass in, but look how simple that is.
Wow.
It's created a tree, you know, and a simple tree. And as it starts to dry, you know, you can just scrape off more branches. But how simple did that go in?
Oh my word. And you've just used the larger brush to create that, have you, Matthew?
So I used the medium brush, and then
Yeah.
I used the small one for putting the trunk in with it, having that little bit of detail. And it's really quite effective. But it's not just about that, of course. It's about, well, let's paint in a quick palm tree, shall we, as well?
Will we learn things like this on the DVD?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
So you can take all this home. Obviously, the DVD, we're not rushing through a live broadcast, so you've got much more time, much more relaxed. Little techniques that you can practice. Now, yesterday I did a live painting workshop, and there was people from all over the world taking part, and we painted some palm trees on a tropical beach because I thought we needed something a little bit, you know, colourful this time of year.
Yeah, something to look forward to, maybe.
Exactly, yeah. Now, we didn't use these brushes because it was It's a new brush that we're launching today. But if we was to do this and then pop a zigzag at the top here, bear with me, and then use that same green that we've just been using a couple of minutes ago, nice and strong for the colour, and then we can bring in, and I do love palm trees, but look how simple and effective they are to do this. Now, again, if you're taking your time, you're not rushing through this, you can really produce some wonderful, detailed and simple pictures.
Stroke of a brush.
Now, obviously,
Amazing.
you can put little bits of grasses on and little bits of, it's just all about texture.
Yeah.
So imagine animal fur. Look how simple it is. Imagine waterfalls. In a traditional brush, you'd have to be careful with the amount of pressure, but this brush, the more pressure you apply, the more effective it works. And that's just 2 examples of the hundreds. And the more you use the brushes, the more you'll realise that you can just do so much with them.
You know what, it's absolutely mesmerising, it really is. And I know you're an accomplished artist and have been for many, many years, self-taught as well, which is amazing. So Matthew has an understanding of anyone at home that's picking up a brush for the first time, for the 5th time, for the 500th time. He has a really good understanding of that, and that will come through on the DVD. So there really will be something for everybody on there, even if you are a complete novice. And if you are just starting out in watercolouring, my word, what a way to go. Now, I will ask a question, Matthew, just in case anyone's watching at home that's new to painting or anything like that. Can we use these brushes just with watercolour or with acrylics?
No. So in the advertisement of these brushes, it's designed for every medium. So watercolour, acrylic, oils, any paint form, because they're quite stiff bristle, because of the nature of the techniques. So it works great on oils, gouache, acrylic, absolutely fine for everything.
Now that is great news, isn't it? I think we're going to get very, very busy now. £29.55, 915573 is your item number for your one-day special. A discounted price for 24 hours, saving £10. The brushes alone are £23.95 if you want to go for those. If you fancy buying another set for a friend and you want to go for the one-day special so you can watch the DVD together, maybe another member of the family, then you're more than welcome to do so. But for an extra £6 with that DVD, with the right tutorials, it's really important when you get your brushes. Of course you can be self-taught like Matthew, but isn't it fabulous to have Matthew there with you step by step, and then you can master the brush and come up with some masterpieces like we've got here in the studio. Let's talk about the SAA. This is a membership, a year's membership that you can get. It's for the UK only. It's £45. It's your standard annual membership, but don't buy it from us. Scroll down the screen when you see that, go to the description and then click on the link. That will take you to the SAA website and you will be able to get the membership through them. And when you join through Hochanda, you will get a free gift. So that's how you do it to join the SAA, and there are so many benefits about being a member. And Matthew will talk us through the benefits of becoming a member and also what we're getting, Matthew.
Yeah, so I've been a member of the SAA since I was about 15, 16, so a good 5 years at least.
Yes, of course.
Good 5 years. And I've kept that membership alive because it keeps the paint flowing through your veins. That's an important statement. It's really important because it's so easy to say, oh, I'll do it tomorrow, but this kind of keeps that paint flowing, and it's all about all the mediums. The AA stands for all artists in my mind. Joining the SAA, folks, will give you a welcome kit here, which will have things like a subscription to this wonderful magazine called Paint, which dozens, if not hundreds, of professional artists write articles for this step by step. I do probably 3 or 4 a year, so these come straight to your door. It talks about products. It's a really wonderful glossy magazine. We'll give you the catalogues with the discounts in and the shipping included, special offers for members. We'll give you £5 to spend in the catalogue. And remember, this is a year's membership. We'll even give you insurance if you exhibit your paintings and they fall off the wall and break. So we'll give you lots and lots of art inspiration with a year's membership. But when I joined the SAA when I was 15, about 5 or 6 years ago, there was no internet then. Yeah. When I was a boy, we didn't have the internet, but now the internet's here. We have this massive online world of the SAA, which includes approaching 1,000 hours of online tuition. Think of those streaming services that you get, what's got a giant red N, there's one example, and there's one with a P as well. And it's like this, but for painters. That's included. With your membership, you get access to all of this online art, streaming, video content. It's great. But remember, if we join through Hochanda via the link on the website, we're going to give you a watercolour kit, which will contain a pack of watercolour paper. It will also contain 2 gold watercolour brushes. Now, the gold brushes are all about the premium natural hair. These are the brushes that I use. We're going to give you a 6 and a rigger for detail. And we're going to give you these 2 special colours which you can't get anywhere but the SAA, and these are the skin tones, light and dark. So it's a wonderful kit. We'll also give you a book on watercolour painting as well. All this is thrown in with a year's membership. It's a cool offer.
I really do think it's amazing. I was just trying to do the maths in my head, not with a paintbrush, but I was trying to do the math in my head. It's far less than £1 a week to be a member of the SAA, and with all that online tutorial, with all the gifts that you get, and the help and support. That's really important to know. It's been put together for help and support for everyone, from the beginner all the way through to the accomplished artists, and it means that you can connect as well. It's a marvellous, marvellous addition to your basket if you want to go for that. Remember, follow the link and go to the SAA website. Right, we've got some blending brushes for you now. We've got a set of 2 blending brushes, £12.99, and these are beautiful, right down to the design of them. When you've got a brush in your hand, you do like to have that beautifully ergonomically designed brush as well, because that's how you're moving it. And these are perfect for blending. And when we're blending colours together, it really does make a difference, doesn't it, Matthew, to your paintings and to the different designs that you're creating. So to get brushes that actually do that, would you say that's important?
It is, and that's why I've spent quite a lot of time, you know, designing my own brushes, selfishly for me to use, and then we put them to market once they work. Because after 30 years of painting, you know, you kind of know what makes things easier, and you think, well, oh, this would work. So blending blades are designed to give straight lines, broad lines, but the most common problem people have is blending paint away to nothing. These are designed to reactivate colour. That's the big thing, reactivate watercolour even once it's dry, and even paint with multicoloured effects like you can see on the bottom there. You can do a rainbow. If you put a red, a yellow and a blue on that brush and drag it across your paper, you can get a rainbow.
Really?
Trade secret there for you.
Oh my goodness, only £12.99.
And that's for the 2 as well.
That's a ridiculous price.
It is.
Really is.
I think I might buy some.
You know, when you first start to maybe take up a new craft, like watercolouring, for example, you go out and you go into shops and you go, oh, I don't know, what brush? And then you just, oh, I can afford them, and you take them off. But the results when you get home aren't quite what you expected, and then your confidence starts to go down. Well, with these brushes, I think your confidence is going to build and build and build and build. It's about having the right tools for the trade. Right, another set of 3 brushes for you. These are your tree and texture brushes. So how do these differ from the fan brushes that we've got on the show today, Matthew?
Okay, so these are the brushes that started my journey into manufacturing products. Right back in the late 90s, I designed a single brush, which is the one you get here in the middle, the medium tree brush, designed for making trees easy for stippling. We've added to the range, we've improved the brushes over all those years, and this is a set of brushes purely for doing trees. Trees, woodlands, small trees, medium trees, large trees, and woodlands as well, by stippling. A wonderful addition to the one-day special today.
Wow,
they
certainly would be. 3 brushes there. There's a saving of £10 on that particular deal, £25.85 if you want to go for that set of 3. Now, we also have another DVD for you and a set of 2 brushes. These are for your branches and detail. Now, these are a different shape, perhaps, to brushes that you've seen before. Can you talk us through these, Matthew? Because these are really interesting.
Yeah, so these are the branch and detail brushes. Now, inside the brush contains a liner brush or a rigger brush, but very pointy. You can see the point on there, can't you?
Yeah.
The problem with a rigger brush or a liner is it very quickly runs out of colour. So you're forever dipping it in the palette. These brushes have that dark hair that surrounds the rigger, which is a reservoir that holds colour. Think of a pen, a fountain pen.
Oh, wow.
You fill it with colour and it draws to the tip, and it's just a lovely thing. People love these. Use them like a pen, use them like a pencil. Hold them right on the end.
That's an amazing idea.
Works
That's
a treat.
incredible. £24.99. Love the idea of that. £6.40. That's your saving. 447077 is your item number. You also get the DVD as well, so you've got the tutorials in there for your skies and trees and water, so well worth popping that into your basket as well. Right, we did say we had to pick a mix, and we have got one. We've got a whole host of colours. I'm going to ask Matthew, this is my first time watercolouring. I'm going for the brushes. I'm thinking, right, OK, what 3 colours would you recommend?
OK, so if you're trying to keep things nice and simple, what you do is go for colours that you can't necessarily get from a shop, let's say. So I'd go for like the natural grey, because that's the shadows. Those 2 greens we've been using, greens are famously difficult to get right, so they replicate nature. Those greens you can see there are called natural greens for a reason, for replicating nature. So I would say either go for 3 primary colours, which is a red, a yellow and a blue, or go for the 2 greens and the grey. That's a wonderful little set.
Yeah, perfect. The grey, the 2 greens are there, and the grey, is it that one?
No, it's the first one. It's a very cold grey. It's got a lot of blue in it, which is why it works as a shadow.
Wow.
Blue is transparent, so it really causes depth and distance.
Love that. Great advice. There's your pick and mix. Only £15.99. Remember what we say? It's all about the quality of products that you're using to build that confidence up, and that's what it's all about. Right, we've got a masking package for you now, and this is interesting. I've seen you use this before, Matthew, but can you tell people at home how we would use the masking liquid and the brushes?
So masking fluid is latex that you put on before you paint, so it keeps the areas white, like you can see on the back of that card, those sort of negative daisies. Let's say you're painting a sheep on a field and you want it to be white. Watercolours don't tend to use white, so you put that on, it keeps it clear. What we've got here, though, is not just the fluid, which is the traditional stuff, which causes damage to carpets, clothing and also brushes. We're giving you that wonderful masking fluid marker pen. That's the world's first. I've never seen these until last year. Wow. Wonderful tool for basically, it's a marker pen that has masking fluid coming out the tip, so it doesn't spill, it doesn't ruin brushes, and it doesn't destroy your clothing. So it's a wonderful tool.
Wow, and I bet you can get some really good detail with
You can, it's really nice, that one. I'm also giving you at the back, you see that little square thing? That is a mask away, which is a way of taking masking fluid off.
Right.
You kind of rub it off with your finger, but it doesn't always come off perfectly. That will take it off. But if you've got a stubborn bit of masking fluid that's been on for a few weeks that you can't get off, that will get it off. And special brushes as well, which work with the fluid in the bottle. Yeah. So if you do, the fluid will not stick to those brushes half as much as it would a nice, expensive sable brush, for example.
I can't believe the price. £13.99 for all of this, including those 3 brushes as well. That is definitely an addition to your baskets because of the techniques that you can create with, especially at that price, everyone. Saving £4. At £18.12, it's an incredible price. Remember, we've not seen this before. £13.99, 383 923 is your item number. Right, any questions on anything, please do email in. It's studio@hochanda.com. If you want to share any of your creations that you've painted using any previous editions from Matthew, then I'm sure he would love to see them as well. Your one-day special, almost a quarter of the stock has gone. Oh my gosh. Let's get to demonstration. What we're going to have a look at, Matthew?
Okay, so I want to paint the scene with the fan brushes, okay? So I've got a sheet of watercolour paper. Now, it's worth saying that any watercolour paper works, you know? You do get what you pay for, so maybe you've got some paper from me in the past here at Hochanda. Perfect, just a sheet of watercolour paper. Now, I've stuck it to the back of an old sketch pad. Working on a table is the way you'd work at home. I've got the water, I've got pretty much all the colours from the pick and mix, but I'll only use so many. I'll talk about the colours as we go through. So I'm going to take some masking tape here, and I'm going to pop in a drop and then a bit of a straight line, and then take it back up on the other side. So I've created a bit of an edge, and you'll see where we're going with this. It'll grow on you. Now what we'll do is we'll use the fan brushes. I'm going to use the large one. Now the large one is not only, it's about 2 inches across, but it's also about 1/4 inch deep, so it's a very deep brush as well, which means it works exceptionally well for big washes of colour. So I want to wet the paper, which is a good starting point for watercolour. Wet it first which is the most common question people ask me, did you wet it first? So if you wet it first, what happens, basically, it keeps the paint flowing. It's great for skies. Into the palette, we're going to take a little bit of a colour called Natural Violet. Again, beautiful colour. We're going to bring that in. Now, a fan brush, look how wide it is. It makes quick and easy skies. So we'll bring that in. Now, I like to paint clouds, so we'll take some grey. We'll take a bit of grey into the palette here. And what we're going to do with this is paint in a couple of sort of rainy clouds with the fan brush. It's a lovely shape. We can twist, we can work across. Because it's a dome shape, a fan shape at the top, it's really effective for doing clouds. Now, please don't get this mixed up with the normal off-the-shelf fan brush, because this is very different. This is a special here we've put together for these brushes. And we're going to work that in. Now, I do like a bit of drama in the sky. So what I want to do is I want to stipple the brush. And as soon as you stipple the brush in the palette, it goes all spiky. So we can drag out little bits of like rain.
Oh, wow.
So you can see it's creating a bit of movement in the sky. And you've all seen that, like in the distance, that sort of rain effect.
I think we're seeing a lot of that at the moment, Matthew.
Yeah, I noticed driving in, you've got a lot of water around here.
Yes, we have.
Just to say the least, yeah, that was quite a shock to me, because we've not had that. But we've had quite a lot of snow.
We had big floods here, you know, the other week.
Yeah, I didn't realise actually until I drove in today. But we've had a lot of snow where we are. But
oh, have you?
Does
that inspire you, Matthew, when you see things in
snow.
nature?
It's great. It's good for getting out with a camera. One of my favourite subjects, absolutely. We've got the green and the light green on the brush. That's natural green light. And basically we're going to twist in. I'm going to twist in with those two colours. You can see those wonderful trees going in, nice and simple.
I notice you keep turning the brush, Matthew. Do you use both sides?
It's nice to get absolutely. It's nice to get variation. Yeah, it's nice to get variation, but you can instantly use the brush for doing the two sides, which is really effective, of course. And then what we'll do is we'll stipple the brush a little bit. Just going to pop in a few little bits and bobs of detail, and making sure that it's really quite dark at the bottom as well, so getting it quite dark at the base. So you can see I'm working in there quite heavy. So a nice rich darkness coming in. That's just that dark green I've put in there. And then I want to give this a very quick dry, 30-second dry, something like that.
Right, just whilst you're drying that, Matthew, oh, look at me in a demonstration area. I might be doing a little painting myself in a moment. Now, the one-day special, a quarter of the stock has gone. It's proven to be very, very busy. We're very proud to bring them to you here at Hochanda. 3 brushes designed by Matthew, specifically for creating and making beautiful, beautiful paintings of nature, whether it be waterfalls, whether it be animals' fur, whether it be trees, skies, rain, snowfall, all kinds of different things. You've got 3 brushes. One is your 20mm, and that's the width of the brush in the arch. Then you've got your 30, and then you've got your 40 as well. All designed by Matthew, and he will take you through all the different techniques with the DVD that's exclusive to us here at Hochanda, actually filmed in November for Hochanda. So you've got 45 minutes of tutorials on there with Matthew, so you can watch them at your own leisure. And the great thing is you can watch them again and again. You can always watch these shows again. They will be available on Rewind on our website after the shows have finished. Right, the SAA. You can become a member of the SAA. It's a wonderful way to touch bases, to introduce yourself, and to have a look at the wonderful world of painting and arts. Now, this is how you do it. You go to our website, head down to the link. That will take you to the SAA website. Then you go down and you join their membership. But by doing it that way, you will get your free gift. So you'll get your free gift by joining through the Hochanda website. If you decide to do it yourself without going through the link, that's entirely up to you, but you won't get the free gift that's available to you by clicking through the Hochanda website. So that's the SAA. Right, back to Matthew. Remember to check out your baskets though.
So I've grabbed the small fan brush here, and I'm using natural green, which is the darker green. And what I want to do here is paint in some tall pine trees and show you how simple that is. I love the pine trees. I want to pop one here actually, so quite a tall thing, bring it down, straight down. So a straight line, and then literally take the brush and then flick it out. And look how sort of simple and effective it is for doing that. That's one side, and then of course do the other side as well. Now, you can do those obviously with a normal brush, but it'll take a long time, not as though we're in a rush like, but it's just a nice thing to be able to do. And look how effective they are. And then of course we could pop in a smaller one at the side. Again, brushing out.
How easy is that?
It's effective, isn't it, as well? You know, it's a
really
nice,
is.
it's a simple little effect. Now I want to put some water on this picture in a minute or two. So sort of flick it out, and you can change the brush direction, because you often get a few individuals, you know, like this sort of thing. Oh, yeah. So you can see I'm sort of rocking the brush on the side, so it's got a bit more of a, you know, a random sort of feeling to it. So it's not just about that single tree. I always think as well, if you grab something like a plastic card at the same time and then just sort of scrape off a few little, you know, where it's over the top of the other trees, so you can scrape some of the colour off. I'm just using an SAA membership card actually, so you can sort of scrape off a little bit of extra detail. Now if we take the tape off, you can see it's giving us a nice clean edge. And let's paint in something down here as well. Let's add a little bit of a waterfall, some sort of flowing water or something like that. So I'm going to very quickly grab the medium brush and the violet that we've just used in the sky, and we'll bring that across like so. Make it a little bit stronger as it gets further down, about there somewhere. And then if we take the brush, you can see how spiky it is. This one's the medium size, and then we can bring in some nice quick moving water. Now in a second or two we'll paint in some landscape to suit. Let's put some water down here as well. Now all this will make sense as we finish the picture off, of course. Just going to take a little bit of water, and just for the second just want to soften away those edges so it kind of blends in a little bit. Moving the water down. So if you imagine the top of a waterfall is very still, and then all of a sudden it's very busy at the bottom, so we can get that brush kind of moving. The small brush is lovely for detail, adding control, and obviously we would expect to see some reflections. And again, another part of the brief for designing these brushes was doing reflections, because everybody struggles to do reflections. Let's get some lighter green in there as well. And then we'll take some darker green for the sort of pine trees. So nice and dark.
I think it's amazing that you're using just that set of brushes to create this picture.
It is, yeah, and I want to put some landscape in a second, and then some detail. But I just need to give it a very swift, swift dry, if that's okay.
Of course it is, of course it is. Whilst you dry that part of your painting, we will be back to Matthew in a moment's time. I think you guys need time to check out your baskets, because we are getting very, very busy for that one-day special. Almost 30% of the stock has gone. Pop it into your basket, check on out, make sure you get it, sit back and watch this inspiration. Amazing designs, and all achievable. Yes, it really is, when you get the right brushes and have the tuition, which you've got right here in the DVD from Matthew Palmer, filmed especially for Hochanda for the one-day special. 45 minutes of Matthew talking you through the process of using these marvellous brushes that Matthew has designed. They're his very, very own brushes, but now they can be yours. So, here are the details. 915573, that's the item number to quote. If you give us a call or head to the website, you can find them that way. You've got a discount of £10 on the initial price of £39.95, which means at £25.55, the brushes on their own are £23.95. So for an extra £6, you're getting the DVD as well. To get set in the right direction from the very beginning, really, really important to get the right brushes as well. I know, because I've been out thinking, oh, I'll try a new craft. I'll do a bit of watercolouring. Oh, I'll go for those brushes. Didn't really know what I was doing. Just bought the cheapest ones I could find, to be honest with you. Got home and I thought, oh, they're not very good, so I must not be very good. But the thing is, if you have the right brushes and the right tuition, then your confidence starts to build and build and build, and that's exactly what we're here to do and help you. I mean, this is incredible. The DVD talking you through and showing you through how to do paintings like that. That is absolutely extraordinary. And there's our Matthew taking you through. There's the palettes. And you can buy that on the show. That's also available at £9.95, and it's got a coating on, so it is wipeable and washable very, very easily. Can you imagine doing that painting alongside Matthew in your own time at home and then showing your family and friends? Not only will you be proud, but they'll be proud of you as well. If you want to get your one-day special, 915573, it's an offer for 24 hours, but already extremely busy for your one-day special. Stock-wise on your one-day special, almost 30% has gone. So whether you want to paint the Northern Lights, whether you want to paint the beach, whether you want to paint a parrot, a doorway, a lion, a tiger, whatever, you can paint with these fabulous brushes designed by Matthew. Right, let's head back to Matthew and continue with the demonstration. How are we doing, Matthew?
We're okay, so it's all nice and dry, so I now want to build up the landscape and put all those nice little bits of finishing touches on. So we'll start off with some of that grey. Now, we'll talk about grey a lot on painting because it's shadows, and you can see quite a few shadows if I sort of hover the hand over the paper. Grey is the official colour of shadows, and using the small fan brush, we're going to zigzag in some darkness here. We're going to come down the side of the waterfall and along the edge of there. Now, very quickly, I want to move into green. I want to have the two greens on the brush, so a bit of light, a bit of dark. With it being a fan shape, you can quite easily do that. And we're going to bring all that colour in.
Is this somewhere where you've been, Matthew?
Yeah, it's called Matthew's Noggin.
Is it?
Yeah.
Noggin
it's just,
knob.
yeah, it's like a bit of a, you know, just a... Where should we say it is?
Oh, at the back of Hochanda.
At the back of Hochanda,
Quite literally
exactly.
at the moment with all
it's
that
like
water.
a paradise back there, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's actually a very picturesque area around here. It's lovely
is,
for
it's
walking
lovely.
around in between shows.
When we're not flooded.
Lots
it's
of
beautiful.
inspiration around here, there is. Okay, so that's the one side gone in. Now put plenty of green in there, mixing on the paper. And what I'm going to do is turn that into a grassy area. Going to use a plastic card, and we're going to go straight in and we're going to scrape off some colour. Now, I'm literally using the side of the plastic card here.
I love this technique.
Tried and tested this one.
I actually tried it myself at home, Matthew.
It works, don't it?
Yeah.
It's a very effective technique, and it's not a difficult technique to do.
No, I really surprised myself. I think I created some mountains.
Yes, perfect. Perfect one for mountains, actually. And then, of course, on this side, we'll do the similar thing as well. So I'll bring that. I always put the grey in first. It gives a base, you know.
Yeah.
Across the top of the water, down this side of the waterfall. Now, I do want to put more work into the waterfall as well, if we get the time, of course. This show's racing away on us, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's flying, it is. Let's put some of that there. Now, notice I've not painted all the way to the edge. I do like to do that, and it's what we call a vignette.
Yeah.
And I think they're very effective for these kind of scenes. Again, a little bit of water just to smooth out the edges a little bit, like so. And then again, we'll grab the card and proper speed painting here, so we can get this thing done. So, bringing it in. just a light scrape, it comes off nice and easy. So you can see that banking now, can't you? Remember, this is just the fan brushes that we use in here, nice and clean. Let's take some of that grey and let's use this brush. Look at the beautiful shape of it, and we're going to go over the edge of the waterfall. Wow. So you can see that individual, can't you?
Yeah.
But if we turn the brush on the side, you get horizontal ripples, of course. Now I'm just using the small one here. Each brush will have its own properties. For example, the large one will give you a wider space between those lines. Think of sea, think of animal hair.
Think of the waves.
Think of the lovely waves, exactly. And we'll do some seascapes in some later shows, absolutely. I'm just going to pop a little bit more just over the edge here, look, just to make it nice and dark for us. Can we see that slightly darker edge as though the water just starts to crash down? And actually, right at the bottom of a waterfall, you always get that little bit of froth, you know, that bit of froth. Now onto the large brush, so I'm stippling it in the palette, giving it a good old squash, and it really goes